2. Mark. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. It is your boy. I'm joined by the illustrious Deserted GM, and if it's all right with him, I'm just going to go ahead and turn things on over to him. Run us through, I guess, your spiel, whatever it is that you'd like everybody to know before we get started.
Yeah, sure. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Learn to Play for the brand new second edition of The One Ring. We are going to muddle our way through a homebrew adventure. And when I say learn to play, it means that these wonderful people are learning how to play it on the player side. I will also still be learning how to GM this on the GM side because it's brand new. I've just taken a stab at some of the mechanics. So I'll be making lots of mistakes. If people are in here who are full up on the rules, awesome. Let me know in the chat. I will probably occasionally by accident default to first edition or to a totally different game. Who knows? And we'll make this work. But I hope we have a fun one shot ahead of us here.
Woo!
Why don't we go around and actually quickly introduce ourselves? So I'll start and then I'll sort of meander our way here through the players. So I'm Deserted GM, Chris Goldsmith. I am a professional GM. You can find me over at startplaying.games, and I'm making my way into writing up and publishing some of my homebrew games as well. Middle Earth is my thing. The One Ring, obviously, both editions, as well as some of the older systems. Like if any old hands out there remember MERP, Middle Earth role playing, yeah, you want to play a game of 6 with me with that? Find me on startplaying.games. All right, why don't we go over to Jessica next?
Hi, I'm Jessica of Mythical Mystery Games, with Jonathan there. We make mystery party games with fantasy flair, and I think this is my first stream as a role player, so that's fun.
Well, Jonathan, I think that means you need to follow up here since you're
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I'm Jonathan. I'm the other half of Mythical Mystery Games at MythMyst Games on Twitter, and yeah, what Jessica said, we make some murder mystery dinner party style games, but they're not always murders. There's always mystery and there's always some kind of magic involved. And yeah, we have a few of those out there. Fun, I think. My unbiased opinion.
All right.
And
Jared. Yeah.
Yes, I am Jared from the podcast Monsters and Multiclass, a D&D 5th edition discussion show where we talk about mechanics and get really, really deep into mechanics and other nerd stuff like that. So if you like the crunchy side of 5th edition, check us out down here at Monsters_Multi.
Hell yeah.
And I'm excited. Let's go.
And last but not least, Derek, do you want to, and you're a gracious host, you're also a player today?
Yeah. Well, before I say anything, I want to say thank you very much to all of you guys for joining us. Chris, thank you for putting this on. Much appreciated, dude. This is an awesome idea. I'm really grateful that you came to me with this. And then all of my fellow players here, thank you guys so much for being here. Jessica, Jared, and you all have J names. That's going to get confusing. Jonathan.
That was intentional.
Jessica, and Jared. Okay. Let's do it. No, I'm really stoked. Thank you guys. This is going to be a lot of fun.
All right. So we're really going to learn to play with the system as we go. I think I had a quick session that involved Jared building some characters. I've sent you all the dice roller link. So if you have that open. And when we get there, we'll use that to roll the dice. I think that's the easiest, just because the One Ring has some special dice that have a few different symbols, and we'll get to what that means. But I think we're going to start with jumping into the story before anything else. So It is spring of the year 2966 of the Third Age, which means we're about 50 years before the events of the Lord of the Rings. Roughly.
You said 5-0?
5-0.
Okay.
So about a generation, for the long and lived generations, about a generation before. And the one shot finds our company in the ruins of Tharbat, once a great city in Eriador in the north, now increasingly, that was going to keep me out. Increasingly just ruins on both sides of the Grey Flood, and some ruins on the big island in the middle. The big bridge that used to cross the river here was washed out in Great Winter about 50 years before. And you find yourselves here, well, originally, you had kind of hoped to travel up to Bree and finally, after a few weeks of being out on the road, having a comfortable bed to sleep in and having a nice warm stew and a delicious drink. And then you ran into the Grey Cloak, Gandalf the Grey, as he's known in other places. And as it happens whenever you run into him, on the one hand you were happy to see him, but on the other hand, it once again turned into a detour for you. Of course, he had a request for you to check something out that he had heard about, some vague rumors in the south of some disappearances, folks disappearing from the villages in the wilds of Inetwaith. And he suggested that maybe he was worried that there was a bit more to it than just sort of people wandering off. So he asked you to travel south instead of north to Bree. And how could you refuse? On the other hand, you wish you had. As you're standing on the parapet of one of the old walls on the north bank of the river, you look out southwards across the river, across the increasingly dilapidated fortifications, the ruins of some of the buildings, the ruins of the bridge. As you look up at the sky that is increasingly darkening, low cloud cover, and you just know that the moment you set out, it will start to rain. You kind of hope, you kind of wish you had, for once, said no. But here we are. So, you set out, you find the one workable ferry that still plies the river here, ferrying mostly people going north. Few people want to go south. There is a dwindling number of folks living, especially on the north bank, a few ramshackle buildings left on the south bank. And experience that increasingly people are leaving what's left of a once great city. And as you step onto the bank on the south side of the river, and you wind your way up onto the causeway that leads across the fens that surround Tharbat, why don't we all introduce the characters that you're playing tonight? So let's go in the same order that we had the players. So Jessica, why don't you start introducing your character? Maybe give us name, maybe a little bit of who they are, sort of, calling, class, a profession, what are they? And maybe a visual?
I don't have a visual. Sorry.
I mean, from theater of the mind.
Oh, God, you gotcha. So I am playing Idril, who is an elven treasure hunter. She is tall, wears all black, dark hair, and dark eyes. She's a treasure hunter. She's got to be stealthy.
Jonathan.
So I'm playing Embrick Gordfoot. He is a 35-year-old halfling, and he is a very average height for a halfling, hobbit, I should say. And he's muscular. He wears a lot of leathers that just kind of like make him look even bulkier and bigger and better. He's a champion, and he's from Bree, and he kind of set out traveling originally after his best friend disappeared. So this whole disappearances thing is a bit personal for him. Yeah.
Right, and I'm Vieg, and what you see is a stocky dwarven man with a large black braided beard, looks to be a little bit younger, and covered head to toe in some of the heftiest armor. Normal man would not be able to travel such long distances without it. You can barely even see his eyes from beneath the helm, and on his back is a massive great axe. And I am a captain, we'll say in training to some extent here, sent out into the lands in order to find myself and to hone my leadership skills to be ready when the dwarven home calls me.
And Derek.
Fantastic. I am Baldwin. I am a middling in age dwarf as well. I have red hair. It's kind of like braided from the like ends of like next to my hair into my beard, making this like kind of like loop that kind of like just like plops here and there as I move my hair about. And I am pretty much all about being a good representative of my family. I am a I don't know, Ereborian dwarf, is that the right term for it? That is from where I hail, and I am trying to do my best to make the world a bit better of a place. So when I saw Gandalf and he said that we had to do something, I was like, you son of a bitch, I'm in.
In those words. All right. So this is our troop, our company that winds their way south on what remains, what's left over of the north-south road, once a well-kept road that connected Gondor to the kingdoms in the north. Now virtually no one travels this way anymore. So in the One Ring, usually when there is significant travel involved, the One Ring has sort of set pieces for some of the activities in terms of mechanics. When you're traveling, it's called a journey, and there's specialized mechanics for that in place. The same is true for combat, and then for sort of extended encounters, like for example, an audience with a king or a queen, or that would be considered a council. So we're going to do the first one of those. We're going to do a bit of a journey here, with one difference in journeys. Ordinarily, you set out and you have a place you leave, and you have a goal, a place you want to get to, and that tends to determine a little bit how long eventually it takes, and how you map out your route, because that is up to the players to decide, like, how do we get there. The problem here is that Gandalf didn't really have a specific place to give you to go to. He just had heard rumors that people apparently had been disappearing from some of the villages that remain in an increasingly empty land, and he just asked you, like, well, walk around, see what you can find out, see what you can hear. So I think what we are going to do is we're going to assume that the goal is the road, goal is the journey there, and otherwise we are going to use some of the mechanics to just see what happens while you're traveling, and now and then there will be places you get to, and then we can interrupt the journey with some of these other events or these other activities. Usually in the One Ring, the journey is of one thing, one set piece that you do until you reach the next direction. So the way that works is, I'm gonna pull up. the way that works is there are 4 travel rolls. This is not the tracker. There we go. There are 4 rolls that need to be filled when you're traveling. And by the way, I want to give a shout out here to 2 members of the One Ring community on the Discord, the One Ring and the AIME Discord as well, who created these trackers, and they're great, they're beautiful, they work really well. So this one is by a person who goes by RevMech on the Discord. So thank you so much for allowing me to use your tracker for the journey mechanics, and then we'll use a combat stance if and when there's combat, who knows, but if there should be combat, we'll use a combat stance tracker created by another member of the community who goes by Bona. And by the way, the character sheets, which you'll not see today because everybody is using them off screen, but they're beautiful. They are also by a member of the community, and you can find them on itch. And let me. I thought I had it open and now it's gone. It's not. I'll find it. And I'll give the shout out. But we'll. Yeah, no, I closed it. I'll find it. So first we need to fill the roles for this journey. In second edition, the person who lays out the path with input from the rest of the company is called the guide, and that person is responsible for sort of making roles that determine if and when something happens along the road, if and when you have encounters, and they make travel rolls. So usually the person who takes that on, the player who takes that on, is the one whose character has the most pips, the most skill ranks for travel. We also have the hunter, the lookout, and the scout, and they are going to be the ones who, if and when something happens during the travels, they're going to be the ones who have to resolve those encounters by making certain skill checks. Hunters use hunting as their go-to skill. Lookouts use awareness, and scouts use explore. So if you look at your character sheets, you should see how many skill ranks you have in each of those skills. I'll let you sort of figure out like who's the best in which skill. So we have travel, hunting, awareness, and explore.
Well, I should be pretty good at traveling. I got 3 pips and the check mark next to it. I forget what the check mark means, but besides my extremely low heart rating, which is going to make it kind of hard to succeed, I've at least got a lot of dice I can roll.
Got 1s and everything, but I do have that pip, which I think that's the favored roll thing.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so I have that for hunting. So my best bet might be hunting. If someone else has a very good hunting, though, I'm perfectly happy to step aside and do one of the others.
I have 2 in awareness and explore, and they both have the favored 2. So I can be either lookout or scout.
Versatile. Helpful.
How about Balduin?
I don't have my character sheet because it was supposed to be for region, and I don't think I ever got it.
Oh, it's in the shared Google Drive folder.
Could I get someone to send me a link of that real quick?
It lives there. Yeah. Which, by the way, these beautiful character sheets are by Jez Gordon, Jez, and then Gordon is Gordon. Find them on itch. The character sheet for the One Ring 2nd edition is free and it's beautiful. and it works fantastically well. Get it there. So, well, provisionally we can then say we can see what Baldwin looks like. So provisionally we have Vig as guide, Embrig as hunter. Was that right? And then Idril is either lookout or scout. Let's see what we do Baldwin.
I'm looking for the link right now.
And so while he's looking for that, why don't you re-explain favored to me, or what the check mark means?
You know, that is actually a great idea. We can cover some of the mechanics. So everything's a skill check, and they all work the same in the One Ring. You always roll a feat die, the 12-sided die, which for the One Ring goes from 1 to 10, and then there are 2 special symbols. And let's see whether I can actually hold that up. There you go. There is the Eye of Sauron, which ordinarily, in most cases, or in a lot of cases, is just a 0. Unless there are certain circumstances where it's a 0 and something bad might happen. And then there is the Gandalf rune. There we go, the G rune, which looks like this. And if you roll that, it's an auto success. So it's a good thing. You always roll that one, the feat die, the 12-sided die. So even when you're not particularly skilled in a skill, there is a 1 in 12 chance that you will succeed. Well, you know, if you have ranks, pips, in a skill, you roll for each of those ranks. You roll an additional success die, a 6-sided die, which goes from 1 to 6, and you add those all together to meet the target number for that particular skill. You can see on your character sheets you've got strength, the strength attribute, and a whole list of skills underneath that one. The heart attribute and a whole list of skills underneath that, and then the wits attribute and a whole list of skills underneath that. For skills that are underneath that particular attribute, you have your target number there, which is always 20 minus how good you are at the attribute you have. So if you have a 6 strength, your target number for all skills from all through craft will be 14, and you have to meet that with the feat die, the 12-sided die, plus if you get to roll success dice, the 6-sided die, plus whatever you get on that.
I have a question regarding what is awe?
Let's get to that in a second.
Okay.
Because there's one more wrinkle on the making skill checks successful.
Okay.
If you, for every 6 you roll on success dice, so the 6 is special. Not only is it great because it gives you 6 points towards meeting your target number, it also has this little Tengwa rune, the T. It looks like a T next to it, and your dice roller will automatically tell you that how many of those you've rolled. If you succeed in your skill roll and you get those, you get to do special things. Either you get a particularly great success, or if you need to accumulate more successes, like in a skill challenge kind of thing, like at a council, they count for additional successes, so you've made your way further towards the goal. In combat, you get to do nasty things to your opponents, like increased damage or a particularly brutal stab that might take them out of combat immediately. Or in ordinary skill challenges, depending on what it is you're trying to do, either you can make up for somebody else's failure, or you might do it more quickly or more silently, or it depends a little bit on what it is you're trying to achieve. Awe. Awe is, on the one hand, trying to impress people in social situations. It's also useful in combat. There is, depending on where you are in the combat, in the battle, you can try and intimidate your opponents.
Cool. Okay. Well, I don't think that's going to be particularly helpful unless I can scare the ground into moving for us. So I think that if I can't use travel, because I believe that's already being taken, I could use skin or explore.
So it's so travel. The guide uses travel. The hunter uses hunting. The lookout uses awareness, and the scout uses explore.
Okay. So, are we
So
trying
that
to
sounds like-
optimize our niches?
I think
Little
that's fair. I think that's fine to do that. So that
Yeah,
sounds like
and then
Baldwin would be good for the scout, right?
Yes, and then I can be lookout.
Because you said Idril also is good at awareness.
Yes.
Excellent. All right. Well, let's make the first roll of the game, which means the guide makes a travel roll. Before we do that, so skill checks, right? Feat die always. If you have extra skill ranks, pips next to that skill, one success die for each of those. There are three ways to increase your chances beyond that. On the one hand, each of your characters has useful items. In the gears area, you've got little items that are non-magical, that are not special. They're, like Sam, like, oh, I've only had a bit of rope. That's a useful item. If you can narratively justify that item is useful for the skill you want to use, for the goal you want to achieve, you get an additional success die.
Very cool.
That's one way to add success dice to your roll. And you'd announce that before you make the roll. You can also spend hope. Hope in this game is sort of a mechanical expression of characters leaning into it, going above and beyond. Maybe thinking like, yes, I can do this. You can spend it for yourself. If you spend a point of hope for yourself, you get an additional success die. You can also spend it to help somebody else. You can spend a point of hope and give somebody else a success die. If you are inspired and you spend hope for yourself, you get 2 success dice, and you are inspired by using your distinctive features. And if you look in the character sheet on top left in the list there, you've got a few distinctive features of character qualities. If you can narratively justify that your distinctive feature applies in this situation, and you spend a point of hope, you get 2 success dice. So it's pretty neat about the game mechanics that, they're sort of cut and dry mechanics, but then there are a lot of narrative role-play features that also have a mechanical effect.
Yeah, I like that. That's really cool.
Yeah.
So I think those are some of the basics to know. I know we haven't chosen fellowship focus here. We can do that maybe in a moment. I think this is quite a lot to throw at you all in one go.
And the favored on the left side on the character sheet, that means that we roll 2 d12s and take the higher one?
Yes. That is correct. That's right. Answered everything but Jared's question about favorite.
Don't worry, I got the answer myself.
All right. So our guide, give us a travel roll here.
All right, so my heart is 2, which means that the number I got to roll is 18, but this is favored, and I have 3 extra success dice. So rolling it up, and that is a 21 with 1 success die.
Okay, nice. So you definitely succeed in your travel roll. I just looked today earlier when I was playing with some other folks. And this is, I think, the one mechanic where the additional successes actually have no effect, or seem to have no effect. Unless I'm completely wrong, and somebody in the chat can tell me if I'm wrong.
That's okay.
But
I'm sure there will be plenty more successes to come.
Oh, of course. But yes, so that means your marching test, your first attempt to plot out the route and see where you're gonna go is a success. Which means that I get to roll some dice.
Rocks fall, we all die.
Mm.
I'll leave that for later.
Thank you.
So, as I said, the weather's not the greatest. It's low cloud cover. It's very gray, very twilighty. As soon as you head out, of course, the drizzle sets in, and it does not let up. And Vig sets the route, sets the path, and you head off into the unknown. None of you have been this way before. It's not exactly a destination. And Idwyth is a land of rolling hills and largely grasslands with here and there some small stands of trees, but by and large fairly empty land, and has always been. Here and there are villages. They're mostly shepherds, some subsistence farming, and as you travel along the Great North-South Road, you can see sort of evidence on the one hand of some of the old the grandeur of this road that's been built to last, and it's in surprisingly good shape still, even though it's not being kept up in who knows how long. And then here and there you see in the distance little villages, and so given Gandalf's task, at some point you strike off the main road following a little dirt path down a hill and into one of the villages. And you are astonished and surprised. You had expected sort of drab, unpleasant places out here, and this is more and more just a hinterland that nobody really travels to anymore. But the village you come to is actually very pleasant. Small but nicely built houses. Some all of wood, some beautiful carving on the outside. Well, clearly take care of where they live and try and make the best in a land that is probably looks not maybe the most forgiving. So since nobody has ordinarily, everybody regains a hope point, but since nobody has actually used hope yet, let's see. Maybe we'll keep that for later. We'll see. Yeah, you look around. There's this. People take note of you as you walk into the village. You are an unusual troop. You notice that people sort of just look up and then they continue doing their thing, whatever it is they are doing some work.
We should probably talk to some people, see if they know anything.
Do we know the names of the people that went missing, or are we more just are we trying to get those people back specifically, or are we more just trying to figure out why people have been going missing, I guess?
Gandalf really only had heard rumors that this was the case. That's just about all he knew.
Then I think Idril's right. We should just talk to some people, see if they heard these rumors themselves, and I don't know. Can I just kind of I think the way Rick would do this, especially if no one stops him, is he's probably just going to walk up to the first person who catches his eye. If people are looking our way, he's gonna just the first time someone catches his eye, he's just going to stride confidently up to them. And oh gosh, what's Embrick's voice gonna sound like? Okay. Well met, traveler. Well, I suppose we're the travelers here. I don't know anything about you. My name is Embrick, and these are my fellow travelers, of course. We came here after we heard rumors of potential problems with people missing. Is this something you know anything about?
So you walk up to this woman who's sitting outside one of the houses, darning what looks like maybe her work attire. You have that moment where she looks up and she looks at you like curious, and then notices that you're looking up. So you walk up and like, hi, who are you? Who are you?
Brick Goldfoot of the town of Bree. It's my name.
Bree, eh?
Yes.
Oh, that's far. What are you doing all the way down here?
As I said, we're investigating rumors of disappearances.
Oh,
You heard such rumors?
nah, haven't I? No. What? Don't know. Have a nice day, though. Continues to darn.
Does she look like she's lying? Do we get the feeling that she's BSing us?
So you've been make an insight roll for me.
Okay, so I don't think I'm gonna have the
we all make
best
that?
roll for that.
So on the I think certainly Embrick as the one talking to her, you'd be allowed to do it. The dice roller, the way it works is if you click on just the feat die, it would just roll the feat die. If you click on the one for the success die next to it, it would automatically roll feat die plus one success die.
Okay, yeah. So I have 2 pips in insight, and I have favored skill. So I will keep best and then hit the success die.
Yep.
Oh no, that's a 13, which my heart target number is a 14. So I think I come up just a bit short.
So we can add something to that, though, right?
Oh,
Like
no, that's a good point.
Only afterwards. Only before.
Before? Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, you have to make that decision before.
Baldwin, it adds an extra die. Okay, yeah, gotcha.
Yeah. But Baldwin, you wanted to do that as well. You wanted to do an inside roll.
I don't know if I'm gonna be the best equipped one to do this.
I can assure you, I'm the worst.
I have nothing in insight.
No.
So you just click on the feat die.
Okay.
Dude, you might get it.
5, yeah. Okay. And you both Baldwin sort of squints from across the way, and Embrick, you're trying to read sort of her whole habitus, her facial expression, but no, she just seems maybe shy, maybe not used to travelers coming through here. You have to question too whether hobbits tend to come. I mean, hobbits don't really travel outside the Shire that much.
That's very true.
You're an odd one, or Bree in your case.
I'll kind of step forward and just say, well, look, if you hear anything, please just pass it along. We are just trying to help out in the village. It's not every day that such tragedies happen, and we are here to assist.
All right.
Would you happen to know, are there any leaders about that we might talk to?
Oh, I don't know. Suppose you could go and talk to the clans, the head of the clan. It's just a few days travel that way. She points off into down the path that leads through the village.
I always
Few
forget they
days
don't
travel.
all have beards.
Only the good ones.
Company huddle really quickly.
Sure. Let's say, I'll say we can walk away from her. She does not seem like she's going to be particularly helpful.
that seems reasonable. Do we
As you all walk away, you notice Idril that she's sort of not staring. She's maybe too careful and polite, but she's just looking at you sort of occasionally, like mouth open. An elf.
Do we want to follow her instructions and leave, or do you think there's more that can be found here?
I get the feeling that talking to some leadership would serve us well. If we
We
talk
wanna
to more
maybe-
people, we just might get more runaround. I wouldn't want that. Wasting time.
Maybe we could find like one or two, like a tavern or something, someone to talk to in this small town before we leave to go find the band leader.
I don't know. You talk to one person in a small town, you talk to them all.
Yeah, but that one person should be the bartender, not a random one.
I'm
You-
like where Adrian's
My
head is
bad.
at. I could go with a stiff pint myself.
All right, you've got a good point. It's been a long day of travel, anyways. All right,
I'll never turn down a drink.
let's do it.
Do you think they serve something in larger quantities than pints?
You could have more than one.
Well,
Idril, you're a genius.
Very nice. You walk around this little village. Is probably putting it politely, kindly. It's really a collection of a few farmsteads, a few houses. You come to the conclusion very quickly that there is definitely no public house of any sort here. This is far too small a place. As you're walking around, you do notice that people are sort of furtively looking at you and then sort of making sure that you don't cross paths all that much.
Do we smell funny?
Probably we've been traveling all day.
Aye.
Always figured that was part of your charm.
Aye.
So it doesn't look like there's anyone who's going to be more helpful than the random old lady on her porch.
I mean, you could try. You could pull an Embrick and try and corner somebody else.
okay.
But,
I don't know how wise that is.
So I will say, I have a decent in Hearten. I have 3 pips in Hearten, and which I think means like it's sort of like just swaying minds of people, or like without persuasion. It's like give a speech.
Yeah, it's of calling to action, encouraging. Yeah.
I think Embrick, especially given his own personal history with his best friend going missing when he was younger, I think he would at least want to try to give kind of like a rousing speech, just standing in the middle of the village at the top of his lungs to the best of his ability, to just kind of be like saying things along the lines of, you. If you have heard of anything, you must stand by your people, and you must stick true to the bonds of community, and you must help us find whoever has gone missing. And it is only just, it is only right that you do this and do right by your community and help us help you.
All right. Yeah. Make an enheartened roll for me.
Do you think I could add a die to that because of my distinctive feature, true-hearted, I am sincere in my words and actions show my honest intentions?
I think that's fair.
Okay.
Actually, well, so that the distinctive feature is to be inspired, so you can spend hope, and then you get 2 instead of 1.
Oh yeah. Okay. I kind of want to do that. I'm gonna do that.
All right.
Do that. Okay. So I will take down 1 hope. So I had 16. I now have 15, and I have 3 pips. Or I normally have 3 pips, so now I am rolling 5 because that's plus 2.
That's correct. Yeah.
Here we go. Okay, that is a 27. Which I think beats my heart target of 14, if I recall math.
Yeah, almost doubly so. So you stand in the middle there of this little village and you give that speech, and you notice that a few at first you start talking and people are like, and they keep doing their thing, but as you continue to talk and you draw on sort of your own feeling of the community and coming together and then helping each other, you see a few people, even though they're not looking at you, nodding along. You almost, at some point, you're pretty sure you hear a muttered, "That's right." And by the end of your speech, one or two villagers have come up, standing, still keeping their distance, arms folded, looking at each other, nodding. The wee one's got a point. What's it you want then?
We're really just here looking. Oh, I heard rumors that there have been disappearances and strange happenings in this part of the world. I want to help you.
Two of a man and a woman look at each other. The woman goes, aye, that's true enough. No, here we've been lucky, but you might want to go a wee bit down the road, maybe what's it, half a day or so. I hear they've had. That's sad, that is, but people have been disappearing down there, I hear. Luckily, no, not here, but you'll find out soon enough.
Thank you for sharing that with us. We'll do our best to do right for people.
Well, good luck. Thank you. And so they peel off and walk away, talking to each other.
So down the road half a day?
Yeah.
Good a plan as any.
Maybe further down the road we'll also have a place where we can get beer.
If not, I always keep a little ale on me.
All right. Well, that brings us to the second travel roll for our guide.
That's me again, isn't it?
That is you again.
Okay. I got a direct, simple success. I got a Gandalf rune. And then, yeah, it looks like not enough to clear it otherwise.
Mm-hmm. But the Gandalf rune is always a success. Okay.
Right.
So... The interesting thing about the journey mechanic is that something always happens. There is no way to avoid events occurring. It just determines, like, the more if you're successful, it takes longer for something to happen. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. So, as directed, you travel a bit further down the road, and as this dirt path seems to be traveled enough for there to be a bit of a path or a road, you can see sort of ruts that indicate occasionally a wagon comes this way, but not all that much. A lot of this path is overgrown by grass. Leads you further, sort of, what is that? Southwest, into the rolling countryside of Inedwythe. And as you come over a hill. Sure enough, up probably as it's beginning to get dark, and you see below you in a little valley between hills another settlement surrounded by some woods, not dense, just small patches, and a village that looks a little bit larger. It looks like there is some kind of longhouse that forms the center of this settlement. And here there you see a little bit of light in one of the houses, in some of the houses, as it's beginning to get dark. As you reach that area, it also the rain starts to pick up a little bit. And I would like the lookout to make an awareness check.
I believe that is me.
That is you.
I have 2 pips in awareness, and it is a favored. It's a total of 13, but there's one of the 6s. I don't know what it's called.
Yeah,
That symbol.
the special Tangla rune.
Yes.
Does 13 meet your target number?
For awareness, it does not. My target number is a 16.
Just miss it. At which point, unfortunately, then that special success also does not.
Yeah. Both D12s rolled a 2.
Wow. Okay. So, you've been traveling for a long time, and while it's not been strenuous traveling, the low cloud ceiling, the drizzle all day long, and now, as it's getting dark and darkness is setting in, it's also starting to rain harder. It will, you especially as an elf, you feel it's just, you've lived most of your life near the Grey Havens, near the ocean, and there's always been that tug a little bit to go across the water, to go to the Undying Lands. And man, this is another one of those days where you just feel Middle Earth is just getting a little bit too much. So you take a point of shadow. Which doesn't actually do anything immediately. Here's another moment for mechanics. Once your shadow matches your hope, or is higher than your hope, you become miserable. At which point you roll the Eye of Sauron, and that you start potentially going down your shadow path, your path of either dismay or corruption or whatever it may be.
That's against our current hope, right?
Yeah. So that also means when you're spending hope and you're gaining shadow, they get closer to each other. There are ways for losing shadow after an adventure, although it's very difficult for elves, actually.
So I did read that.
Yep. Okay, so you take a point of shadow because the world at this point is just weighing a little bit on you.
And do we all take that, or just?
Nope, because of what I rolled for the encounter.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's just, in this particular case, the target. Wait, would you like one?
No.
Okay.
I'll never turn down some negatives to my character.
Don't worry, we'll get there. But so you enter this village just as it's getting dark. Some lights coming on in some of the buildings. The streets are dark. The rain is now beginning to fall. You look around and there's nobody in the street right now.
Anyone else feel it get colder? Oh, it's raining.
Yes, I don't like the effect of the rain on my leathers.
I believe
Perhaps we could find.
there was ale mentioned.
Yes. We could go to that central long house. Looks like there's a light on there.
And there is.
Sounds like a good plan. And I don't have any ale, per se. It doesn't really travel as well. I'd like something more compact. So, I've got some fire whiskey here.
Oh, it's gonna be one of those kind of nights. You're gonna hear a beautiful singing voice, I can promise you.
It's a shame we haven't heard it already.
Okay, so you walk over to that long house that you saw in the center of the village. Yeah. It does form sort of the center. The roads lead. There's empty space around it on all sides, and a lot of the houses around it seem to be oriented more or less towards it. Like the previous little village, here too, the houses are the outsides are nicely carved. Especially this longhouse has a lot of decoration in the exterior of the wood, like the posts that hold up the roof are carefully decorated and carved. It has sort of a gable on both ends. That is also like the ends turn into horse heads. You don't see any movement. There's light on inside. You hear some noises around you, but there doesn't seem to be anybody outside or any movement.
Is there a door we can knock on?
Yeah, there's a door.
Nice.
It takes a moment. The door opens, and an older woman stands in the door. Scowls like, "What do you want?" Takes a step back and squints out at you. "Can I help you?"
Yeah, we are travelers, and we've been traveling a long time today. I'm assuming it's kind of late in the day at this point, right?
Yeah, it's getting dark.
Yeah, we've been traveling all day. We are trying to. We've heard rumors of people who have been disappearing, and we are trying to get to the bottom of that. And we noticed your house is in the middle of town, and so we thought we'd stop here first and see what we could figure out.
Aye, so you just walk up to my door just because you've been traveling? I don't know you.
Well, my name is Embrick Gordfoot, and I am a hobbit of Bree. Can't say you don't know me any longer. What's your name?
Saoirse? Bree, eh? Let's run this as a council. Which is the social encounter mechanic for the One Ring. So, the way it works is it's basically a skill challenge where you have to accumulate a certain number of successes before your time runs out. So you have a set number of attempts, and you have to accumulate a certain number of successes with this. It starts with me setting the resistance, setting how difficult this is, and what do you want to achieve in talking to her? And I'll say you quickly get the sense that this is the community leader.
I think that like first level of success would be finding out if there have been any disappearances here. Second order of success would be finding a place to sleep. But if we can't get that,
Information first.
yeah.
Safe place second.
Okay. I will call that a bold request, so that's sort of the middle level. Which means you have to achieve 6 successes.
All right.
The way to decide then how many attempts you have is that you have to designate one person who introduces the company. And that is usually and that is done. You can choose which skill you want to use, whether you want to use awe, courtesy, or riddle. So awe would be sort of like, we are the great travelers, and here's our lineages. Courtesy would be being polite, and riddle, when used in these social settings, it means you're trying to gain more information than you're giving away. You're trying to be cagey about giving away information.
So if it is me doing this, I have pips in courtesy, but I do also have 2 pips in riddle and favored in riddle. So I could potentially be convinced to go either way. But my target number for heart is also smaller, so maybe courtesy would be best.
For that reason, I'd say yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
If they were equal, I'd go with the favorite one. The math works out.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, so I'm rolling courtesy.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, you can inspire. You can give yourself hope. You can give somebody else hope.
And so just to make sure, is there going to be more rolls? Because you said 6 successes is what we need, right? So this is just starting things off.
The introduction really just determines how many attempts do you get.
Gotcha.
Those 6 successes.
Okay.
Okay.
How,
So we want
how
this to
long
go
do you
well.
have?
Okay, so it's literally the introduction. How warm is the introduction? Okay.
Yeah.
I think I think I might go ahead and try to use True Hearted again here, and just like I'm going to recognize that what we're doing could very easily be perceived by a very reasonable person as rude, and try to fall back on some of my well-developed manners that I've learned back from my humble beginnings, and sort of appeal to that, and just like really appeal to we're just here to help, and we don't want to impede any more than you would absolutely like. We don't want to overstay our welcome, but we are here to help, and we are trying to get what we're trying to do is something that we think is good for you too.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Then I will.
This is why Idril's not doing it, because Idril's like, your house is in the middle of town. You have a question? We're going to the thing in the middle of town.
All right, so let's see here. I'm making just a roll with 5 here. Then I should also dock my hope one before I forget to do that. All right, let's see. Rolling with 5 dice. Direct superior success.
Woo!
Ooh.
Got both runes.
You are the shrewdest hobbit.
Wait, superior success is how many? That's
I just have one. So I have one. I have the rune, the direct rune on the D12, and the one rune on one of the success stuff.
Okay.
So that means, because if you succeed on this roll, you with an ordinary success, you just get the same number of attempts as you need successes. But because you have one extra Tengwa rune, you get an additional attempt. So you have 7 attempts to garner 6 successes.
Easy.
So you give that whole like, what do you say to introduce the company then?
Hey, my name, as I said, is Embrick Gordfoot, and I have with me here Drill, Big, and Baldwin. We are sent here on a mission by Gandalf. Concerned that there are people who have gone missing. We know we're not from here. We know we have very little business telling you what to do, anything whatsoever. We still feel it is only right to try to figure out what is going on. Therefore, we've come to you looking for help to see if you can help us help you.
She's been standing there the whole time that you've been talking. Come inside. And she precedes you into like a large room. Probably takes up almost half this building, with a large hearth in the center. Far side, like a wall that closes off the building. You can see a door. And the room that you enter is sort of a combination, living space, kitchen, some storage, for various implements for sort of daily activities around town, fixing things, some light farming maybe. And you see a few other people around the room who all very curiously sort of look at you, muster, look you up and down. And Saoirse walks up to a large wood table, sits down at one end and gestures for you to sit down at the table. She looks over, Callum, come here a sec. And this rather burly, beardy man walks over, sits down next to her, and see what these lot got to say. So, that means you have 7 attempts to gain 6 successes. You can use, so according rules as written, you can use any of the socially oriented skills to try and gain a success or more. So this is one of those cases where an ordinary success counts as 1 point, but if you get more of those 10 more rolls, those count as additional successes. You can use enhearten, persuade, riddle, and according to the rules as written, also insight and song. And you know what? Why don't we just do it by rules as written this time around, rather than homebrewing things right away?
Sounds good.
No, all in this kind of context, according to the rules, is not a thing. It's funny because
We could do a duet. Our song.
I've got a
This is
Pippin
voice
song
in
as
the
well,
back.
so it's going to be a rousing success there.
There's this voice in the back of my head, like, why not? Oh, of course you can use Right, okay, but
But I like to imagine a world where we step in with the song, where it's like, what information do you want? It's like, well, we'll tell you in song.
And you're 4 too. You could be a barber quartet. God. All right. Who would like to take the first attempt, and how would you like to do that?
Would you one more time just say the 4 skills that were relevant?
Enhearten, insight, persuade, riddle, song.
Okay.
Well, I don't think we should start with song. And the only other thing I have is 1 in Inharten, so I don't think I should start.
All right, then I will start with riddle. I don't have like a specific speech I'm going to give here, but just going to basically try to give some information about our travels while withholding anything of, I guess, particular interest, in order to try and make her feel like we're being extremely open and forthcoming. Like, for example, I'm not going to go into too much detail about Gandalf, though that was already mentioned. I'm not going to like just spill every single bean we've got. And so, yeah. Should I just roll for that, or okay,
Yeah.
Cool. 2 pips. Let's see. It's not enough. I got 12.
All right. So that was your first attempt. I've got to keep score here. That was the first attempt, and it didn't lead into any successes.
Well, we can get multiple successes.
Yeah,
We can get multiple successes on
That's
one.
true.
Yeah.
We can always spend hopes here too.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm kind of regretting not spending one.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I can always enhearten or try riddling as well. But
And let's quickly add the fellowship focus function mechanic here because it helps you when you spend hope to support somebody else, right? So when you spend hope for yourself, you gain one extra success die unless you can make an argument that you're already inspired, that this is really your thing, and so you get 2 success die. Usually when you help somebody else, when you spend a hope point and you help somebody else, they only get 1 success die. Unless they are your fellowship focus, the person in the company you're particularly concerned about, or you're really, you want to protect them or whatever. Frodo would have been Sam's fellowship focus. If you're spending hope to aid to support your fellowship focus, they get 2 success dice instead of 1. So you might want to quickly decide who in the company is your fellowship focus. It doesn't have to be reciprocal.
I feel like the dwarves should stick together. That was my first thought too.
works. Yeah, we can Hobbit elf if you want. I'm happy with that.
Okay.
So
Keep it
me and
simple.
Amber,
Yeah.
So keep that in mind, because if you help them, they gain 2 success dice instead of 1. If they get hurt or they gain shadow, you also gain a point of shadow.
do we have to have a pip in the skill that we're helping them with?
No. Mm-mm. I don't think so. Let me check that, but go ahead. I don't think so.
Okay, so should I go for an enhearten again? Just see if I can kind of like broadly bring them onto our side with appeals to it's probably going to be a very similar spiel to what we gave the other village outside of here. Let's focus on community and whatnot.
Would this be a good time to give you some hope?
I'd love some.
That's a sign you really need it. Is this a good time for hope? Yes, please.
Oh. No, you do actually have to have at least 1 rank in that skill. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh,
But I have one in
I have one in enhearten.
so.
Beautiful.
There you go.
So you're sending 1 my way?
It's gonna be
and then
2 then.
2 because
Yeah.
you're the focus. Cool. Great. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So then I will be rolling with 5 again on enhearten. Here we go.
big success.
Okay, that is a 25 plus 1 of the T runes.
Okay.
2 successes,
So-
right?
So what is your speech like?
Yeah, so I think it's gonna be I think it's gonna come across relatively practiced. It's gonna be almost word for word the speech that I gave the previous village, and just like appeals to community and all of that.
You were
And,
like working on it on the road, and you like
Yeah.
switched out a couple of words that were like, no, that
Right,
was the
exactly.
point home a little bit better.
exactly. It comes off even smoother this time.
Nice. Clearly. Okay. You see, sort of, again, in the room, there are a few people sort of maybe almost against their will or without noticing, nodding along. So I gotta stick together.
Like the shonen protagonist at this point. Like, it's about friends and family. Like, what are you even talking about? It doesn't matter.
Brings us all together.
20-minute
Yeah.
monologue, 20-minute monologue before we duel Sauron.
Right? Hey, if it worked, I'm here for it.
And Idril, you took off that 1 point of hope, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Who would like to try next? What would you like to do?
So I could, while Embrick is giving this rousing speech, I could start. I don't think I guess I don't technically have an instrument. Could I have an instrument like a
Oh, yeah.
ukulele or something? Okay. So I like just start like plucking along some little chords to like help make it extra moving, and then I can go into song when Emric is done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
But
hell.
we could.
I'll spend.
Yeah. Okay.
And just to make sure, we can't both help, can we? Like if I spend one. Okay, one person. Okay,
Let me be useful, please.
that's okay. Just want to make it extra useful.
What we could do next is Baldwin could join me and then do the next turn in song.
Yeah, it's gonna be the next 3 rolls are all songs, so everyone get
It's the musical
strapped
number.
in. Can we get on a middle C real quick?
Wait, let me get my piano app open.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so I have 2 pips in song and it's favored.
And I'm gonna assume this is a song centered on community.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not gonna improvise a song right now.
Oh.
Oh.
All right, but you gave me a point of hope, so now I have 3, right? That's how that works.
Actually, really quickly, especially if the next couple rolls are also going to be this, Baldwin, if you save your inspiration for when Vig goes, I also happen to have 1 pip in song, so I could spend the hope to inspire to do this one, and so that way it's
Let's
2.
go. Hell
Yep.
yeah.
Okay.
You are a barbershop quartet.
Yep. we all have at least 1 in song, right?
Oh, that's lit. Just as Misty Mountain starts
Awesome.
playing.
Okay, so I have 4, I'm rolling 4 then.
Yep.
Nice.
And flavored.
Oh, and
Okay.
favored.
And favored. So that is gonna pass. That was a 20. The target number is 6. Wait, hold on. Target number song is under strength for some reason.
Yes.
Is 16. So it passes, and I had 1 success die.
Okay, so that's 2
total.
additionals.
We're
Yep.
doing this.
Hell yeah.
We're doing this.
That brings you up to 4 successes in 3 tries.
That's awesome.
Very nice. Okay.
Baldwin, do you got 1 or 2 song?
I have 1.
Oh, same.
Oh, and then the dwarves come in with the fucking from Misty Mountain. You know what I'm talking about, dude?
Oh yeah.
and can I use my liquor, because that is one of my useful items. I want to try and loosen the room up a little bit.
Start passing it around. Yeah.
Yeah. To a couple of the
God, I
key
love this.
people. I mean, say I don't know how much I'm supposed to have, so I'm not gonna, tap a cask or anything. But if I've got enough to kind of see like who are the key players in the room, the people I need to persuade, I'll come over with a bottle and pour them a cup.
Okay.
I remember reading.
Oh.
Yes. This is why should I trust you? Because we'll drink and sing songs with you, and that's how you build camaraderie.
What a game.
This
I
is
love
centered around Lord of the Rings. Like that's
Which
half
is
of
why
the
almost,
Hobbit.
almost every culture has at least a pip in song. Yeah.
Right.
That's the reason. Okay, so definitely that gives you an additional success die.
Perfect. So you want to roll this, Baldwin,
Okay, so
Oh, you can
or do
only.
you want me to?
Yeah, if you're using the liquor, you have to do
That's
it.
fine. It's
Okay.
we're doing it together. But
So
I'll
I
roll.
burn the hope, and then you get 2 from me because we're homies.
2 more.
Right.
So
So
you
that
got
puts
3.
me at 3, and then an additional 1 because of the liquor. Is that right? Or is that not anything?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so 4 total.
Stacks. 4 total.
Damn, you're gonna come in strong with that baritone, bro.
There we go. We got 17. No additionals though.
Okay, so you do have a success. All right. 4 tries, 5 successes. You notice that Saoirse and maybe the man sitting next to her are some of the recipients of there. At first, they look at what you're pouring out. And yeah, it's good dwarven liquor. This is gonna be good stuff, probably. You also, as you're, Idril, as you're plucking along and then getting a song, and then Vig jumps in and adds the baritone to the. You see a few feet tapping.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
And then Baldwin's gonna bring us home with the best harmonies.
Yes.
Oh snap. Okay, let's do it.
What would be new to using song again? What's the new thing you're adding though?
I have cunning as a feature, so I think I was paying attention to when Vig was pouring out the fire whiskey, and whoever seemed to take to it the slowest, I'm gonna like bring around by putting a nice meaty paw on their shoulders and just bellowing my heart out right next to them to like fill them with good feelings.
Okay.
That's a performer right there.
Yeah.
A true dwarf of the people.
Hey.
So, cunning that would give you an additional success die.
Yay.
And so, can I help back? Can I burn a hope?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
Hey. We're at 3.
No, at 4, right? Because you have 1 pip plus 1 for the cunning. Oh wait, no, that's sorry. Yeah, 3.
Aren't they favored?
Yeah, we're favorites. So yeah, that is 4.
Yeah. So
Okay, so I rolled with.
no. It's the cunning inspires him. So that means.
Oh, it makes it favored. Is that what
Oh
you're
wait.
saying?
Sorry, I'm also confused. It doesn't matter because he's your fellowship focus. He automatically gets 2. The cunning in itself doesn't add anything.
Okay.
Oh,
Right.
If
That
he's-
was
only if
you
he's fed
allowing him to do it again because
The
it's like our third song in a row.
song again. Yeah, I'm
Gotcha.
confused.
So it's
That's
2.
No, 3.
It's 3.
Because
So
you have 1 pip. and you
Your
get the
base,
2.
and then I'm helping you for 2, and we're favored.
Fantastic. I got 15. My target number was 14.
Ooh. All right. So you bring it home by walking around, and you must have been just starting just the right kinds of I don't know, tapping into the right kinds of songs. They resonate with people who've been holding off a little bit and like, not so sure. And you show up, and first when you put your hand on their shoulders and you start singing about what's the song about that you're singing?
I'm definitely singing. I mean, every dwarf knows the song of Erebor, right? I'm no.
Plenty of songs about Erebor, yeah.
I'm talking about the one from The Hobbit. I can't think of the name.
We Must Away Ere Break of Day.
Yes.
That one?
Maybe.
Okay. The one where they set out and we have to go and
Yes, the one where
over the Misty Mountains Cold.
Over the Misty Mountains Cold. That's how I know that song. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're just starting on our journey, so I'm definitely singing that song.
Maybe it's less the content of the song than it is the seriousness and the heartfelt sense that there's a task to be done here, but something resonates. And so you notice that even those who've been holding back a bit and sitting back and waiting, not so sure about who these people are who are suddenly in their home here, be like, oh, okay, yeah. Well, you also notice that Saoirse goes from sitting there, like leaning back and folding arms, looking at you. It begins to, first the dwarven liquor that's put in front of her, and so that softens up, and then she's looking around, looking at all of you, being all serious and community oriented. She's looking at you, nodding along, and you're a right strange lot, aren't you? Didn't think I'd see the day that 2 dwarves and an elf and whatever you are, walk into my home and give a piece of performance just quite like this one. Well, I suppose I've got to reciprocate now, since I suppose you're now my guests. What brings you to this remote, cold corner of Enidwaith?
Well, we're looking for information. We've heard rumors that some people have gone missing. Have you heard anything about that?
You notice a few people looking at each other. Ha! Didn't think that news had spread quite so far.
Gandalf hears a lot.
I don't know who that is, but I suppose it's true. You'll see one or two people sort of looking down, serious face. Few of the villagers around here, some folks have gone missing. A few of the older ones were no too sad. They're gone. Oh, a lot of folks we kind of hoped would pull up stakes and leave the area. Good riddance to them, to most of them. But we've had a childhood or two disappear as well. We've been looking all over, but it's just uncanny, you know.
Is there anything you can tell us about the disappearances? What's happened? Any connections?
That's just the thing. You see, it'll be a child asleep in their bed at night. Just next morning, parents come in and just nobody there. Bed hardly slept in. The windows closed. No trace of anything, no struggle, no nothing. And just gone. Or the bairns just off to do a wee play around with their pals, and one turns around and their friend is gone. It's just no more friend there. At first we thought maybe some of those ne'er-do-wells who disappeared had taken them, but just there's no rhyme, no reason. Sometimes it's just a baron gone from one of the villages, another time it's just one of those folks gone. I don't know.
Were the disappearances... Oh.
No, I go ahead.
Were the disappearances close together? Or were these months apart?
Oh, no, just over the last week or three.
Oh.
It's
And
there's
how
no rhyme or reason.
they've all been in the same village, or does that appear to be random too?
All over. Just a lot of places, and no every village. It's just sometimes two villages next to each other, sometimes just a few villages completely unscathed. And they come to me and they look to me to have answers and to help, and I don't know. Like, imagine looking those parents in their eyes and saying, "I'm sorry, I don't know. We've looked. Do you think you could help?" maybe, maybe, maybe some elven magic or something. I don't know.
I think it's safe to say that we're going to try.
Could you tell us point us in the direction of the most recent disappearance? We can check that one out first.
I suppose I could. Maybe tomorrow I can take you to the one place here in town where one of the barons disappeared. It's a wee bit late now. Walk over. Can't see anything anyway. We'll find you some place to stay. It's not going to be special. It's just going to be a warm place under a roof. But we'll have some food, and maybe tomorrow we can go and look. Aye.
Thank you, my dear host.
All right, food, something to drink, maybe. Stoke that fire, will you? It's getting too dark. I think with that story, we'll call this one of those occasions when maybe everybody should make a shadow test.
How does
So
the shadow test work?
it is a skill check, like any other. You roll a feat die, and you roll for every. We'll say for this one, it's wisdom. So for everybody should have one in wisdom. So you get to add a success die to it. You can use hope. If you can make an argument for inspiration, you can do that. You could help each other with hope. The one thing I had not mentioned before for elves is you can do a magical success. That's your special ability. So when you spend a point of hope as an elf, you can just get an auto success. I will say though, usually because those are such stunning successes, often in places where in situations where nobody could reasonably expect you to succeed in this, it will be noticed, and not everybody reacts well to that. You know, like Legolas running across this on top of the snow rather than through the snow.
I think this
But it
time
is an
around
option.
I'm just gonna go with the base myself. So it's just a feat die plus a single pip for the one wisdom.
Mm-hmm. And your target number is the heart attribute.
Sweet, I'm gonna fail.
Yep.
I feel it. Let's do it.
Yep.
Wait, I don't know how this works. So I got a 2 on the feat die and then a 6 on my so it doesn't matter, right? Because I still didn't get enough.
Because you
Okay.
don't get a success.
Got a 10, which also fails.
I got a Gandalf rune.
Hey, there you go.
Auto success. Well done.
This is where you tell us we gained like 5 points of shadow or something. Yeah. Hey, it's gonna happen sooner or later.
It takes a while to get there eventually. So we have so Veek fails. Idril succeeds. How about Imbrigant?
I failed. I got a 10. I needed a 14.
Okay. And Baldwin. Oh, you got a 6 as well. So the three of you take 1 point of shadow. As you hearing this sad story of imagining, putting yourself in the shoes of the parents, the Saoirse, you feel something is wrong here, and it's weighing on your spirits. All right. And so that's why Saoirse asked them to stoke the fires, get some light in here, get some warmth. God's sakes. The food is simple but heartwarming and warms your belly as well. It's filling. Good food. Some nice homebrewed ale closes out the evening. And you get a decent rest on some straw with your bedrolls, or as elves tend to do, just sort of meditating for a while.
And we get used to that.
Do we want to take a quick break here and then come back in 5 minutes? Does that sound good? All right. So, as we said, you spend a comfortable enough night in the longhouse that belongs to Saoirse, the head person of this village and some of the surrounding places, and her extended family. Um, so one of those situations like a lot of the family, the extended family, the workers all sleep with you in that living space. Everybody's sort of gathered around the fireplace as the fire slowly burns down over the course of the night. And, still some glowing coals in the morning. You wake up warm enough, dry, which is very much to be valued, especially once you've roused yourselves, you've gotten ready, you get some a little bit of food for breakfast. Embrick has learned long ago that second breakfast is not a thing on the road unless you make it happen for yourself. Um, and as you peek out, it's
How can you grow so big, yet eat so little?
when you look outside and it's still like the day before. The rain has let up a bit, but it's still a very constant drizzle coming down. It's chill, a bit of a breeze blowing from. Realizing you've gotten quite a bit closer to the ocean, so you smell just the faintest bit of an ocean breeze. Um, and yeah, no cloud cover. And so Saoirse at some point comes up to you and all right, all right. Let me take you to a place where now the poor parents they just don't know. And besides themselves, still it's only been about a week, so please be gentle. Um, it's the wee one who just I well, you'll see. And she takes you through part of the village to a small house on the outskirts. Knocks on the door, and the door opens up a bit. And, can I talk to you for a sec? And she's let in. She gestures for you all to wait for a moment. Um, you wait outside, so trying to get as little wet as possible. Of course, that's impossible after about 5-10 minutes standing out there. You're soaked once again. The door opens and Saoirse comes back out with two men, both fairly stocky, short for like Idril. You definitely tower over them quite a bit. And she waves you over. So these are Brecken and Karu. It's their wee one, Callum, who disappeared, and you see sort of both men have sort of very looking down. They seem kind of a bit intimidated by you all. You very quickly get the sense that dwarves and elves do not travel in these areas very much. Let alone hobbits. Most of them don't know. Bilbo Baggins was a weird one for doing that. Well, he didn't have, yeah. And they said that they're willing to talk to you. Just not too long, maybe. And they both look at you. Saoirse here says you, you can maybe help. Is that true? Do you know anything?
We're
We
trying
don't
to
know
find out.
anything yet.
The one, Caro goes, well, what's the fucking use then? They all looked all over the place. Saoirse had everybody go out and look, and nothing.
Don't give up hope yet. I know what it is to lose one you love. Best friend went missing a long time ago. That's how I started traveling. I still haven't found her. I know you said people here helped you look. They searched and they found nothing. We are not people here. Bring fresh eyes, fresh perspective. However painful it may be, and I know, trust me, it is. Whatever you can recall when your child went missing, any detail, however small, may be of use to us. We will try to help.
While you're making that speech, Brecken looks at Caro and says, Have faith. Have faith. Hey, why don't you come inside? We'll show you. And they lead you inside their little home. It's really just 2 rooms to this building. In the back, there's one room with a larger bed and then a small bed. Point. That's where we put him to bed at night, and we just went back into the main room, and shouldn't have left him alone. They just.
You are not to be blamed for leaving your child alone in your home. It's supposed to be safe here.
Can I help think if just we had the door left open? But so we had a lot of work to do that night, and I went back. Finally went to bed, and don't know. Actually, I don't know. I think he was still there, but I woke up the next morning and the bed was empty. Caro, he was still there, wasn't he? And Caro looks. I sure he was there. I would have noticed. Noticed the bed had been empty already. Would he? I'm sorry. Yeah, he was still there.
Do you mind if I have a look around the room?
Aye, sure.
And I'd like to. I think this is what this skill means. I've got scan. I don't know if you'll even require a roll, but I would just like to kind of look around the room, see if I can find anything of interest.
Would I require a roll? Of course I'll require a roll.
I just don't want to be presumptuous, and be the person who's like, I already rolled my dice. I succeeded. Can you tell me what I found?
No way. Says says the voice out of the off. Balduin has
Yeah, right.
become invisible.
Baldwin,
You know
no!
dwarves could do that.
My friend!
Don't use that ring. Bad idea.
So,
Alright.
what type of roll to look around?
Yeah, it will be scan. That's
Scan,
what scan
okay.
is for. Mhm.
Perfect. I'm actually good at these. Ooh, okay. So I got the Eye of Sauron, which obviously isn't good, but I still got my TN with 14 and 2 of the runes.
No! You roll an Eye of Sauron and you still have like a super amazing success.
Yep, still got a
Well
14.
done.
Mm-hmm.
Well done.
Right? I actually don't remember. Is it do I have to get higher or is if I meet it? I think it's if I meet it, right?
Meet or higher, yep.
Okay, then we're good. Yeah.
We're good.
Yeah.
Well done. While you're sort of looking around the room, what are you looking for and what are you looking at?
What I'm looking for is, I guess the first thing would be any sign of a struggle. The second thing would be anything that seems out of the ordinary, which I know is pretty broad, but I see these people, I see their means by walking into their home. If there was any marker outside of that. I mean, even as something as small as a piece of red cloth when it looks like these people wear rags, something like that.
Okay. All right. What do the others do in the meantime?
I think. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just umming.
Okay. I think Embrick is going to just try to keep talking to the parents and just like not about anything in particular, but just kind of like using grieving techniques that he's sort of built up over the years, just like ways of dealing with it, and just kind of like trying to talk to them and keep them just help them in that way.
Yeah. Why don't you make an enhearten check
Okay.
for me?
Absolutely.
What does Idril do? What does Balduin do? While
I think I want to go look outside.
okay.
Yeah. But I think that would that also be scan?
Yeah, if you're looking carefully, or at the ground, at the building, whatever, that would be scan.
Okay, can I so one of my features is keen-eyed.
Mhm.
So can I, if I use hope, could I be inspired if I use that?
I think that would be fair. Yeah.
Okay, so I will use a point of hope.
Okay.
Okay.
My enhearten, I got a 17, which is a success. I have a 14. There's no special success to it, but it
Okay.
meets my target.
But you succeed. Okay. How about Idril?
I pass. I got an 18 and my target number was 13.
Oh.
Special successes.
Okay. And Balduin, what do you do while so Idril's outside looking around the house. Vig is inside scoping out the room, the bedroom, and Embrick is sort of trying to help these parents when, return a little bit of hope, or at least help them cope with their grief. What do you do?
I used scan.
Yeah, we both.
But that
we
was
both
more
use
looking
scan.
around the room. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So we got a couple. No, you're right. To be fair, you can try and do something that you're not good at, and you might just fail. I mean, or you might succeed. 1 in 12 chance, So you're saying there's a chance.
Okay. All right. That's a good. You're as courteous as Baldwin knows how to be. That's all right. That's all right.
Sorry, your kid died. That's it.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Do we think Idril's outside?
Okay. So let's start with Embrick, because you're doing that together, and Embrick is sort of talking to them. Like, oh, it's terrible. Yeah, I'm speaking from experience, applying what Embrick has learned over the years. Very good. And you can see a little bit, even for Karu, sort of a little bit of hope coming back into the face, that he's not as stooped anymore as he was before. There's a bit more of a light of hope in his eyes, and he looks and looks around and follows Vig, like, scouting all around with a bit of hope in his eyes. Yeah. Vig, as you are actually, let's end with you because you had that amazing success. Idril, you are outside in the drizzle, in the rain, and you're going around the buildings, looking at the ground, which it's clearly been raining quite a bit over the last week. I mean, you've been trudging through the rain for 2 days now. Get the sense that it's been raining.
I also
want to
look like the outside of like the building, like on the building too.
Yeah. But you're looking at the ground, you see like where the water comes off the eaves. There's this trench, and otherwise the rain has even wiped out most of the tracks of people just walking through town. You look at the walls, and this is like a lot of the houses here. It's small, it's simple, but it's well built. You look at the bedroom that this little bed was in, has two window openings that are closed with leather screens on frames. They've been sort of jammed into the window opening, and you look all around those, and it seems all fairly tight and carefully sealed. And then you look down on one side, the side of the house that points away from the village, and you see just where the washed out part meets the slightly drier part towards the building, where the rain drips off the eaves and forms this line. What looks like 2 heel prints. It looks like maybe there was more to it, that the rain has washed away most of those 2 footprints that would have been there, but they stepped just enough into the slightly drier part. They left 2 heel prints behind. Fairly small. Bless you.
So, thank you. So, are the heel prints like all the way up against like the side of the house?
Almost, yeah. I mean, the eaves come out quite a bit, but the heel prints are very close to the house. So it looks like both of those footprints point away from the house.
Were they by a window?
Right by the window,
Okay,
right underneath the window. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'll go inside and. Yeah, go ahead.
You'll come back, and Vig, in the meantime, you're scouting around the bedroom. No sign of any kind of struggle. Everything seems to be, everything's fairly neat and tidied away, and the bed is made as if ready to receive its occupant. Everything seems, little simple wooden toys stacked. And then you notice that the wooden frame that holds the leather covering in the window seems just ever so slightly askew. And you notice that there's some so as if somebody had put it back in, but not carefully enough, not completely. Like the bottom left corner is just a little bit pulled out. It's not enough to let a lot of air through, like a wind through. It's not enough to let rain through. But you get the sense that this is, you look around, and especially at the top, it's very carefully sort of tamped in with little wooden pieces, so it won't come out even from a strong wind. There's a few of those are missing near the bottom, and there's just a little bit of a scrape on the bottom of where the windowsill would be. And you get the sense that somebody climbed through there, or was pulled through there, and then the frame was put back in, but not completely.
Looks like we have a point of entry. And I'll kind of point to the window there. Pretty clear somebody must have entered and exited through here. They were in quite a rush too.
And it's at this point that Idril comes back in.
It's the same window that had the footprints.
It's the same window.
What'd you see?
There were just the edge of some footprints right outside this window. Just one set of footprints. So you said so you said they were small. So were they like kid-size small, or just like?
Yeah, you would guess that maybe a human child or an elven child would be about the right size. Of course, could have been Embrick too. I mean, could have been a hobbit, but given the situation.
Well, can we ask either is it Brecken or Karu, like one of them, to come out and look at the footprints and be like, is this about the size of your son's foot?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you both, you both point out obviously what you found, and they both come outside, and they it's about the right size. Why are there? And since you showed them where the window frame, the frame should seem to have been pulled out as well, stuck back in partially. No, I remember. Closed that last fall. We haven't opened it yet. But he wouldn't pull that open.
Did he know how to open it?
He's a smart one, but he's no strong enough. No, and it shows he pulled, and it takes quite a bit to even pull it a little bit. It's really tamped in there.
Maybe a little late to ask, but how old is your child?
He's 7 now.
And I guess, does it seem like this would be too much for a determined 7-year-old to pull this off?
Yes. I work with 7-year-olds. Yes.
You're saying this would be too strong or not strong, or it would not be
if
enough
it
to
took
hold them
that
back?
much effort for an adult to try to even move it a little bit, and unless it's like
Magic.
I don't think so.
Magic 7-year-old.
Well, that okay. Back to the game. That might be what we're dealing with.
Right.
It's true. Like it wouldn't be normal. It would be, there'd have to be something
Right.
extra going on.
Okay. So, back to it. It does seem a little bit much for your average child to pull through. We may be dealing with magical means here.
They both look at each other. They look at you. Oh, I knew it was sorcery. It's no canny. What do you think it is?
And I'll turn to them and just be like, when you say you knew it was sorcery, just to clarify here, you don't have, that's not sparking anything for you, is it?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Has your child given any signs that they've been dabbling in magic? That's not normal, so I just...
Can I escort the town leader away so that they can feel more like safe to talk?
Sure. Make a persuasion check for him, because so far Saoirse has been there, just kind of hovering a little bit, making sure that everything's okay with her folk.
My child?
I have-
Magic?
I have nothing in persuasion, so we're just gonna hope that.
And magic's different in Lord of the Rings, right?
It super is, yeah.
I rolled the Gandalf roll.
Nice.
Yes!
There you go.
Let's go.
There
That's the
is
only
a
way I would have
chance.
succeeded.
Brushing it.
Yeah. Let's go.
So what do you do to try and persuade her to pull her away, to distract her?
I just kind of like lean over and quietly, just say, to make sure that they feel safe to give us all of the information they need. Or I actually, and why don't I? Okay, no, I'm back up. Say what so that they feel safe to give us all the information we need. Why don't you and I go check out maybe the woods, like in the direction that the footsteps are pointing? Like maybe go check out that way, and you can come help me see if anything seems different than normal, since I'm not from here and you are.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well, really, that's
And then-
convincing.
Point of order, I guess, around, I'm asking questions about magic. I don't know the specifics about what it would mean to be in magic in any capacity. So if I say something absolutely ridiculous, just correct me.
Yeah, I mean, you would know most things that are connected to magic. Either it's sort of, elves are magical.
Right.
And then elves go, what? Magic? What is? It's
Right.
just us elves.
Right.
Or it's sorcery. It's dark sorcery.
Perfect.
That.
Okay. So
Yeah.
then even, rephrasing it, I wouldn't say specifically. It's like, has your child shown any signs of dabbling in sorcery?
No, he's a good kid. No, he wouldn't jump out the window. Do you think somebody grabbed him? Somebody opened him? But we were both in the room at night. I would have heard something. Do you reckon he was gone by the time we went to sleep?
Very well could have been the case. Sometimes when you walk in somewhere not expecting anything out of place, you don't see anything out of place. But it seems as though he left through the window, for means we aren't entirely sure. And it seems like we need to check out the woods. Just know that it seems like, from our completely new perspective, believe that you all are perfectly capable parents, and this doesn't seem to be anything that you did, or any you didn't do anything wrong. But thank you for helping us.
it was that stranger, wasn't it?
Okay,
I
well, you
was-
obviously withheld information then.
Oh, it was that what's his name from the next town over? He disappeared, didn't he? About a week ago. I suppose, but he was just some, lays about town. He wouldn't have come over. What would he want with our wee one? So you heard?
Yeah.
So
Okay, I'll
they
kind
were
of
also
turn.
adults.
I'll turn to the other two in the room here and just kind of look at them like, anything you wanna add there? To any questions?
No?
All right. All right. Who's this lays about town you speak of?
Just the next village down the road. There's somebody disappeared just one morning and left town. What's his name? Was it Short Jimmy? Something like that.
All right. And you ever
Aye.
seen Short Jimmy with your son?
Oh no. Wouldn't let Short Jimmy anywhere near the house.
All right.
He-
Well, they
Don't
may
know
be
much about him,
unrelated then.
I don't know much about him. He's just known to, one of these types. Doesn't he want to work unless it's absolutely necessary, and just odd jobs around the village, and just kept to himself. Don't know much about him. I heard that he just up and left. Maybe a bit more than a week ago. Something like that. Saoirse would know.
And
Thank you
perhaps
so
we
much for the
should.
raid. Sorry. Thank you so much for the raid, Super Gimba. Much love. Thank you. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in.
Then perhaps we should explore these woods. It seemed the footprint was leading, and then if we don't find anything there, then perhaps we can talk to Saoirse about this Short Jimmy.
Seems like a good idea.
So you asked Saoirse about that too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or well, do we want to see, like, is there anything to find in the woods? I guess. I mean, we can potentially just ask while we're there. Yeah.
Yeah. However you want to play it out, we'll meet back up with Idril and Saoirse.
So do we need a scan? Forest?
For the forest. I would say that's going to be an explore.
Explore. Oh, even
Mhm.
better. I have 2 in explore, and it's favored.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay, I rolled a 14, and I needed a 13, so.
All right. So as you all scout around, it's a small patch of forest. Not terribly dense. Clearly, it's being worked. It's being maintained and managed by the village folk. But you do at one point notice that fairly close to this house, and sort of in a line that might lead from that house into the forest, you see a few indications that somebody has been through here, in places where there is no path. there is no particular. There's some disturbed ground. There's some broken branches, some torn off leaves. And you get the sense that 2 people passed here.
2 people. All right.
And you follow that sort of roughly through this patch of forest, but then where this forest that it ends, it opens out again into the rolling grasslands of Enidwythe, and you lose track of there's the trace ends.
So maybe we should ask Saoirse. What do you know of a layabout called Short Jimmy?
Short Jimmy, or Wee Jimmy, as he was called by some of the townsfolk. Wee Jimmy. There's not much to know. He was just, not the best, not the worst. Just, you couldn't rely on him. He's just kind of, living for himself and working when absolutely necessary, but otherwise just sitting about most of the time, right? Just not much. There was not much to know. Nobody knew him that well. And then up one day, he was just up and gone. I don't know. Maybe they know a bit more in where he used to live, but he didn't register much for me.
Was it on account of the Wii?
Well, that was, suppose of a nickname of sorts. He's quite the opposite. It was kind of a bit of a joke, I suppose. Like, there comes wee Jimmy. Look at him, only 7 feet tall.
All right.
7 feet.
As impressive as that is, I think it's safe to say, Wee Jimmy is not the source of the footprints.
Well, there was only one set of footprints, and it was child-sized.
Right. So, it seems as though Wee Jimmy has nothing to do with this besides also disappearing.
Seems likely.
Did you find anything in the forest?
I mean, there were signs of people walking through. It seemed like 2 people, broken branches, places where people wouldn't normally be walking.
I think we should follow it, if we can.
And we followed it to the edge of the trees, and then we lost it when it became grassy again.
Could try going to the next town down just to see if we can see more about their disappearances as well. We could check another disappearance in this town to see if there's anything else, anything similar that we can find between this disappearance and any others.
Seems like a good plan to me.
Saoirse, what is the second most recent disappearance? Would you mind taking us there?
Second, you mean of another bairn? Second most recent disappearance of a bairn?
Or anyone who's gone missing?
Because I suppose wee Jimmy was almost the same time as Breck and Garu's son. Um. You know, I think there was another. The, I think there was a child that disappeared from that village that we Jimmy was from as well. But that was, I think that was actually one of the first. Yeah, about 3 weeks ago. I can take you. I'll just let them know. Let my folks know. Sure.
I would appreciate that greatly. Thank you.
So she makes arrangements that she's going to be gone for much of the rest of the day. It's not far, but walking there and coming back. And so she leads you down one of these, by now quite muddy paths over to, cross over a few hill, a few rises before you reach a somewhat smaller village than the one she lives in, but much the same as the ones you've seen so far. As you are entering the village, she at some point, very early on, points to a house on the right by the path, and points it out as wee Jimmy's old place. It stands out to you. It's kind of ramshackle. It's not well kept up. It clearly used to be nice. Had the same kinds of carvings, but you can see that the thatched roof is moldy in a lot of places. It hasn't been rethatched in a long time. It hasn't been taken care of, and even though it's been empty, it's only been a week. The door is a little bit askew, and so she points that out and then leads you to a house near the center of town, and has a quick conversation with who she says the main representative of the village when they all get together at their gatherings, and introduces him as this here's Korak. He's he can answer your questions. I've got to go back. Got to get back home. If you find anything, if you can bring the children back, will that be? Well, I hope you're successful.
We will do our best. Thank you for your hospitality.
Hey. She walks off. Korak stands there and looks at you. So you've been promising her that you can help. So, well, she seems to believe in you. What you looking for? What you want? What you need?
There was a child who went missing here. It's one of the first disappearances. We were hoping we could just investigate the scene, see if there was anything we could find that had been missed previously. We found such clues in the previous town, but of course we eventually lost tracks. Perhaps we can find something more here.
All right. I can show you. And leads you to a house, introduces you to the family there. Parents, 3 other children, and it appears that about 3 weeks ago, one of their sort of the middle-aged child, about 6 years old, disappeared while playing out with her siblings in around town. They were playing hide and seek, and then they couldn't find her for a while. The other kids and thought, oh, she's picked a really good hideaway this time. And then time went by, and they couldn't find her, and finally both the parents who couldn't find her, and then the whole town turned out, and they couldn't find her.
We could try going to essentially her last known hiding spots, and wherever she was last seen in town, and just start sort of exploring around there. Not sure if we're going to find anything in that situation.
Mom goes, that's just the problem, isn't it? We don't know. Kids don't know. They know. It was just her turn to hide, and she just ran off, and none of the others in a different direction from the others. And the littlest one took it to heart too. Hasn't spoken since. And you notice the littlest one, maybe 4 years old or so, has been sitting there the whole time, close by on a chair. Just very much turning inwards, not saying a word. The other one's up playing around, but this one is just sitting there.
Excuse me just a moment. Company huddle? Company huddle? Step aside, company huddle. So, we could try exploring around the town, or we could check out Wee Jimmy's strange abode first. What do you think?
Checking out the house. Yeah, that's true. We could split up, do both, because it's not a large village. I am curious if the 4-year-old was also playing hide and seek, and if they saw something, and that's why they're not talking.
Good question.
I don't know how we would get them to start talking.
Don't look to me if you want me to talk to kids.
I can do my best. I can keep bringing
good
back
idea.
Sing a song.
If you sing a song, and I will simultaneously bring back my good old trusty. I lost a friend too. Who knew that would come in so
The child is 4, Embrick.
Yeah, no,
Commiserate with me. Think about existentialism, oh young one.
What does it mean to truly be gone? Can we ever be gone? Are we ever here?
Where is he?
Not having that conversation with a 4-year-old.
Oh.
We're about to get existential Baldwin.
I can't have it with most adults.
Yeah, I don't know. Song could also just be a way to go to see if you can get any kind of like rhythmic response.
Yeah. Then we can go to
And yeah, we can
Wee
split up.
Jimmy's house, or some of us can go to Wee Jimmy's house, and then
How about the two of you? Seems like you've got this whole talking to the child thing, singing to the child thing handled. You head off, and myself and Baldwin will go to Wee Jimmy's abode and see what we can find.
Sounds good.
And then, obviously, you two can then go search the rest of the town. Maybe meet up back at Wee Jimmy's.
Sounds good.
pretty
Baldwin, let's go.
Aye.
All right. Let's start with the folks who are going to talk to the kid.
Okay, the kid was out playing hide and seek too, right?
So it turns out, yes.
Okay.
Rory was out with the rest. It was.
Right.
Oh, it was Rory's turn to find the others. In fact,
Okay, that's the little girl.
Little boy.
A little boy.
Little boy.
Okay. I will pull out my stringed instrument and just start a quiet, not too slow but not too fast, just like nice mid-tempo song. Just kind of rambling at first about playing games and playing hide and seek and and then like start to get into like some questions like nod once if you saw something or like tap 3 times if you something scared you.
I might hum along and using my single Pippin song, take out a hope and throw 2 more dice your way.
Okay.
Okay. We're about to get the elven Raffi here.
Hey.
Right. Ooh, direct superior success. So I rolled another Gandalf rune and one of the success dice.
One of the successes. Okay. So let's resolve that first before we hop over to the dwarves in Wee Jimmy's house. At first, Rory is not really. He's just very inward turning. He looks away. He's very shy. And then you see the little shugle, little tapping. And when you get to one of those places where you're like, hey, just tap your foot 3 times. If you're like you're playing hide and seek, taps 3 times. Eventually, you see him thawing a little bit, and he looks over at you, like sort of out of corner of his eyes. Are you a fairy?
No.
What are you?
I'm an elf. My name is Drill. I am.
I didn't think you were real. I thought you were only in stories.
I am real. Embrick, am I real? Do you want to touch? I like reach out my hand. Like, do you want to touch my arm? Make you see that I'm real?
I think I'm just sitting here nodding wisely in all sincerity, like this is a very serious, real question, and yes, Drill is real.
The conversation this child barely avoided.
What are you doing? What are you doing here?
Well, I'm looking for. The kid who went missing was a boy or a girl?
Girl, the sister.
Sister. Well, I'm looking for your sister, and I'm normally a treasure hunter, and I know how much you treasured your sister. So I think, I think I can help find her.
Good line.
Do you know where Mary is? Do you know where she's gone to?
Not yet. I was wondering if when you were playing hide and seek, maybe you saw something.
Didn't I find her? No good finding.
Maybe not even when you were finding her, but when you were counting. Maybe you saw something, or saw something when she left.
No, I didn't cheat. Closed my eyes as I'm supposed to.
Do you mind?
It's okay. You can tell me. You opened your eyes. It's okay.
The brow furrows. No.
I believe you. I believe you.
Do you mind if I ask why you thought Drill was a fairy?
Oh, she looks like one, doesn't she?
Have you seen fairies?
No. They're not real. Only in stories. But she looks like, you know, my dad or my mom tells me a story. That's what she looks like.
What story is that?
Oh, there's the one about the fairy in the woods, and then I don't like that one too much. But there's also the one about the fairy on the roof, right? And she helps the cobbler out, and that's a real nice one because she's a nice fairy. There's some mean fairies in the stories. Oh wait, you're not a fairy. Are there
I'm
mean
not a fairy.
elves?
Unfortunately, yes.
Oh,
Usually not.
They're far away from here. You don't have to worry about them.
aye, they're mean people too.
What's wrong with the fairies in the woods?
I don't know. They're just in stories. You're a daft one. How
I have
old are
often
you?
been told I am 35 years old.
That's not even real. You look like, maybe like, like my big brother. 12, maybe? You're a big one, eh?
I'm quite big. Well, I'm actually quite average for a hobbit.
Aye. You're one of the big boys, I know. One day, I'll be a big boy too.
You will.
Sure.
Was there something that made you something other than losing your sister that made you stop talking for the past few weeks?
Couldn't I find her? I couldn't I help? Better if I don't try and help. No use. Couldn't I find her?
I assure you that's not true. You're helping us a lot right now.
Indeed. Well, I think unless you have anything else you think might be helpful for us, I think we're gonna go look around the town.
Do you play the flute as well?
I dabble.
Maybe it was you then. Were you around when we were playing hide and seek?
I was not. What did you hear a flute?
I did. That's why I thought it was maybe one of the fairies in the stories. That's why I thought maybe you're a fairy.
Do you remember what song the flute was playing?
No, I don't know. Who's...
Did you point which direction it was coming from?
I'll show you. And he jumps up and starts running out the door.
Oh yeah, I'm sprinting after.
Yeah.
The parents, don't worry, we'll look after him.
Let's quickly hop over to Vic and Baldwin at Wee Jimmy's place. So you return. You make it to this house that's a bit ramshackle, a bit dilapidated.
All right, where do we start?
Do we just knock?
I think we just walk in. It sounds like he hasn't been around for a while. But it does feel weird not to knock.
I mean, it's someone's home, right? I'd prefer if someone knocked before they came into my home.
Even if you weren't home?
Especially if I weren't home.
If a stranger comes to your door and they go in without knocking, did the stranger ever come in?
Depends on what they did while they were inside.
I open the door. Without knocking.
It is not locked, so you can. It's very easy to open the door. Inside, so you see a room. It looks a lot like the place, Brecken and Karu's place. So there's a first room which is sort of a combined living kitchen space, and then it looks like there's another space that's partitioned off in the back. That might be sort of space for sleeping. Open rafters with a few boards across for storage.
Really not sure what we're looking for, but I guess we'll give it a quick once over.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I guess I'll just do kind of a general look about the room. I'm not looking for anything in particular though, so that's a little bit tough.
I mean, anything that would look strange or give a clue, right? I guess.
Yeah. I'm looking for clues. I bring out my magnifying glass. Luckily, one of my useful items is indeed a magnifying glass and a corncob pipe.
Nice. Oh yeah. You love to see it.
Baldwin, do you have any pips in scan, or would this be explore? What would this be?
This would be scan.
Okay. Do you have anything in scan? You have 3. I've got 3. Well, I'll help you out because I think you've helped more people out. So you're probably.
understood.
So I'll spend a hope and let you roll.
Woo.
So that gives you 2 more.
All right.
Roll
So it's,
5.
I roll 5. Wow.
Yeah.
You-
Yeah.
I know.
Probably the one time we didn't need to spend a hope, but like, hey, smoke him if you got him.
32. And 2 of those are tokens. The T.
The T's 2 of those, so it's a yeah, like super duper success. Nice. So you 2 are looking for clues.
Yes.
Scooby doing it up.
I go. I
Nice.
just like to imagine it's like the most dwarven search ever. We're just like just kind of like knocking on bookshelf if there is, just whatever. Like not trying to be subtle at all. Just
Bookshelves.
there's a bed. Flip it.
So the place has been. It looks like it's been empty and left alone for a good week or more. There's a bit of dust on some of the stuff like tabletops and things like that. There are not a lot of personal belongings that wee Jimmy doesn't seem to have had all that much. Even the kitchen is it's stocked well enough with a pot and a pan that sort of has maybe a little hole rusted into the side as well. But at the same time, it looks very much like when he left, he did not pack up very much of this stuff to leave. Whatever he had, like, clothing, maybe there's not a lot of clothing around, but and what's left is in pretty bad condition. But otherwise, he definitely did not pack up his belongings or his household. He left it all behind. It looks like a very ordinary, ramshackle, sort of very unkempt. At first, you think the place has been flipped, has been searched, and then you realize, no, this is just somebody who just left whatever they were using, lying or standing wherever they were using it, or just think to pick up stuff. So in that respect, it takes a while to sort of sort through everything. And is this a clue? Was something disturbed? Was that no? It was just dropped here. You don't find anything that looks like it would have anything to do with, you know, did Jimmy's abduct children or something?
Right.
There's no toys.
No manifesto of children that he
No
abducted.
manifesto.
Jeez.
Right.
Ah.
No reading materials whatsoever. In fact, and you just not much here, and you even look up in the rafters, and there's some food up there, some stored, like old apples from the previous year, and they're getting moldy, and
Anything edible, like just non-perishable things.
no, whatever there was, there's some hard bread. That's maybe the closest to non-perishable now because it's so hard that even
Sure.
mom won't touch it. No, there's not much around, not much food around either. But again, you get the sense that there just wasn't much to begin with. As you're about to leave the house, you walk back, and you're about to, you left the door open, but you just move the door a little bit as you're walking out, and you realize there's something. You notice there's something on the inside of the door, and you look, and there's a white handprint against the door, slightly askew.
I don't know the connotations for what that means.
But Derek does.
I guess would we have any in-universe knowledge there?
Orc lore?
If you have orc lore, as you spent, is that your?
I have that.
Make a lore check for me. I think, Vic, you too. You can make a lore check. I think for you, I might impose an additional difficulty. I'll take away one of your success dice.
Okay. So
For me, you're saying, or
Yeah, for Vic, you suffer
Okay.
an extra
Okay.
difficulty.
That's fine. So I just get a feat die.
direct simple success.
0.
Oh
Eye of
my!
Sauron.
Oh, the Eye of Sauron. Wow. That's the second one for the company,
Mhm.
and you got a simple success.
Direct simple success, yeah.
Direct simple, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Vig, to you that it means absolutely nothing. You look very closely, and it looks like it's maybe. It doesn't quite look like flour, but it's also not paint. It's just some white powder that somebody just.
Looks
maybe
like
they
he
were-
put his hand in bird crap or something.
or like whitewash or something, right? Was daubing something. You don't know. It's weird. But it goes along sort of for you with the rest of the feel of the place, just dirty and unkempt and not well kept up. Baldwin, this tugs somewhere in the back of your mind at something. You've heard about just a rumor, just the faintest of rumors somewhere before. You can't quite remember where it was. Maybe it was on one of the wild chases, the activities for Gandalf before looking, or you feel it was something to do with, or you heard about it when you were crossing the Misty Mountains at some point, talking to travelers, but you're fairly sure you heard a rumor that somewhere in the south there was maybe somebody had heard something about orcs and a symbol of the White Hand.
A fell omen.
Oh.
Indeed.
Speaking of which,
Sorry, go ahead.
make a shadow test for me.
Okay, what should I roll for that again?
You use
flat
wisdom
roll?
in this case. Flat, well, plus 1 success die, unless you want to
I gotta
give yourself.
Eye of Sauron.
Don't tell me that's the really bad one.
Well, I mean, you roll an Eye of Sauron on a shadow test. I'm gonna say you'll get 2 points of shadow.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
This is, if this is true, if this is a connection, I mean, it's vague, right? But actually, I would say with that roll for Baldwin, oh no, this is orc work. Something is bad here. Something bad is going on. You feel it in the pit of your stomach. It makes you almost despair that even places this far away from the Misty Mountains are affected by this.
Grab your axe.
Okay. So what do you think this means then?
Whatever problems we're facing may come at the end of bloodshed.
There's one thing we're prepared for, it's that.
Just as our forebears intended.
Why? We should tell the others what we found. See if they found anything as well.
Aye, let's be about it then.
I think our meeting place was the house.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, it was.
y'all probably shouldn't go anywhere.
No, we're not going to.
Okay.
It's like we're like, we really gotta tell them. Definitely. And then just kind of stare at each other like, all right, we're gonna wait here for the next hour. Yeah.
Quickly back to Idril and Embrick. So little Rory sprints out the house. Like, actually,
Yes, we'll take care of your child. Yes. Running after.
parents say, Rory! One of the parents runs with you.
Yes, understandable.
Yeah, I guess otherwise we're just sprinting after Rory, and trying to follow him, make sure we don't lose sight.
Yeah, it's not too difficult for you to keep up, especially Idril being rather tall. This is a little 4-year-old. Like, speedy, 4 years old speedy, but still. And Rory sort of winds his way through part of the village, and then takes you to this one part of the village, to a little wood stack, and it's like, I was here counting, and looks towards the house. It was coming from there. He points off towards the outskirts of the village, where once again there's a few houses more, and then the end, and then there's a bit of a forested area. That's why I thought maybe it was a fairy, playing like in the books, like in the stories. But it wasn't. I don't think so.
Well, Embrick, what do you think? Should we go look at the woods?
Should probably meet with the others first. Just report that there's more trouble in the woods around this village, just as there was in the woods around the previous village.
Okay.
I guess we'll head to Lee Jimmy's house. I guess I'll make sure parents or the one parent who followed has recovered Rory before we run off.
See ya, kid.
Bye. It's totally safe here.
Yep.
Watch out! I hear people are disappearing. Peace.
Oh, before we leave Rory, I bend down and I say, something along the effects of like, "Don't lose your voice again, kid. Like you're gonna need it." Like, try to encourage him, like since he hadn't been talking for a few weeks, to kind of encourage him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Bye. Gets
you for helping
dragged
us.
away. All right. You join the others at Wee Jimmy's house.
There's more trouble in the woods. It seems.
Hmm.
Trouble, aye.
Quite. Trouble only grows. Baldwin, tell them what you found.
I show them the door.
Someone.
Darkness.
What type of darkness?
The worst kind. Orcs.
This may seem a strange question. Do you know of any orcs that can play a flute?
I'm not too familiar with orcs' musical talents myself.
Child said there's a flute sound coming from the woods. I'm not saying it's necessarily has to be the orcs that did it. I'm just curious. I don't think I know much about orcs. I have 0 pips in lore.
Yeah. Orcs for Brelanders, luckily, are something far, far away.
I do have
At least-
3 pips in lore,
Well,
and it's favored.
and it's favorite. All right,
Ooh.
I'll allow you to make a lore check with that.
Orc music.
Well, about the whole thing, I think. Yeah. Make your lore check.
Oh, it tied. Yes, I rolled a 13, and my target number is a 13.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
That's twice now
Um,
that you've gotten a 13 on that. That's great.
I think both, and for Baldwin with orc lore, that means you have a certain sort of grounding and understanding what about orcs and who they are and what they're all about. I mean, for either of you, it's not like it's not like of that famous orc flautist who. It's also not outside of the range of the possible that they would play the flute.
All cultures have music, I suppose.
Yeah. I think we should go check out the forest. We haven't actually gone to the direction yet. We wanted to catch up with you.
Seems like a good lead.
And with that lore check, by the way, Idril, I mean, the hand doesn't mean anything to you. All right.
To the woods we go.
To the forest.
If we can hear any flutes, find any fairies or orcs.
So once we get there, would it be an explore?
Yeah, if you want to start searching the forest, that would be an explorer.
I have 2 pips and it's favored.
I have 3 pips. Nope, 2. 2 and it's not favored. So I could help you out. I'd be willing to spend
Hey.
hope for that.
I also have 1 explore, so I could do it if we want to give 2 dice.
How y'all have been helping a lot more than I have, and you've been extra
That's
nice.
true.
So
That's
I'm
fair,
willing to
that's fair,
sacrifice one of the
let's do
pips.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will say hobbits are also kind of hope spammers. They have a lot of hope.
Oh, do you?
I started at 16.
Okay, never mind. You could do it.
Have fun.
I started at this many.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, I'm down to 11, so I'm kinda
Okay.
fine.
Yeah. All right. So you're almost at my max.
Yeah.
Okay, so that
All
means
right.
I have
All right.
4 then.
You start. Oh yeah. Yep. 4 and favored.
Right? 27 plus 1 success die,
Okay.
which beats my target of a 13.
Barely, but yes.
Fucking bye.
So, with Idril in the lead, you start walking through the forest. It's times of like just trying to see, if somebody had been here playing the flute, where would that have been? Are there any traces? And you scout around for a while, and you find tracks. There is at one point, as you are sort of coming around brush, some of the ground cover, there is a muddy bit of ground where water pools when it rains. Oh no! Idril fell into the mud and is gone. Um, but there's a bit of muddy patch of ground, and there are footsteps in it. 2 footprints, fairly deep. They have been, rain has been falling here too in the forest, but a lot less because the canopy is dense enough, and it's not been raining really hard, so most of the water gets sort of wicked away. And this space is underneath the branches of a tree. So the footprints point in such a way that whoever was standing behind the brush would have been looking towards the village. And you look, and you can just about see some of the outskirts. You can see a few of the buildings at the edge of the village. And then you look around, and there are more footsteps. Somebody, whoever stood there, clearly then turned at some point and walked away into the forest.
From where they were standing, could we see I think you said it was a pile of wood where Rory was counting?
No, you can't, actually.
Is it in the same direction?
Roughly, it's a little bit. It's from where you are. What you can see, it would be behind another building and a little bit off to the left. So you can't see. You can't see the building. You can't see the place where Rory would have been standing. You can see parts of the village. So.
When they turn around, it's just one set of tracks?
Mm-hmm.
Embrick, run over to the woodpile and I'll play my flute and come back and tell me if you can hear it.
Hey, I can do that. Sure.
He's about the right size as well.
My ears should be at approximately the correct age from the ground. I'll go and start counting quietly to myself and see if I can hear you over my own. Do my best child's voice.
And as
You don't
as
have to
Embrick-
do this. This is my only idea.
as Ember walks off, I'm just gonna turn to everyone and say, "All right, now all of us have to hide."
I don't think now's the right time for that, Meeg.
All right.
Right, I take out my flute and very poorly start playing.
Okay. Yes, Ember, you can hear that from there. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I sprint back and report this.
I can hear you! I can hear you!
Leaving a little
Just
bit
as
at this point.
As you take your hands off your face and you turn around and you stop counting, you notice a villager looking at you like...
I definitely engage because Embrick always engages. So he's going to say, don't worry about it. I'm helping. And then run off into the woods.
Right. Okay. Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, so I come running back. Yes, I could hear it. It's completely reasonable that a flute could have been played here and that Rory heard it.
Well, let's keep following the tracks, I suppose.
I think we had better.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see.
Another journey? I don't know how you want to do that.
No, I think what we're going to do is just sort of a few interesting skills. What would you each like to bring towards following these tracks through the forest? Are there things you'd like to do while you're doing that?
Somebody had hunting, right?
Yeah, I do have one and I have one pip and a favored in hunting.
That could be good.
Yeah,
I
so hunting would be a good skill to follow tracks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know I've got 3 in scan, and then I have to keep looking back for everyone's names. Idril, you had explore, right?
Yeah, that's how I found the tracks here.
Yeah.
I don't know if we want to do that like again, or if
I don't know.
If you want
Good
something
question.
different.
Oh,
can
wait, I've got
stealth my-
travel. Oops, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say it was kind of a joke. I could stealth just to make sure I'm not stepping on any other tracks. I don't think that's gonna work.
Well, I mean, stealth would be sort of trying to move quietly through the forest, potentially. Hunting actually would apply maybe to that as well. Stealth is more sort of immediately, like not making a sound as you're creeping up on somebody.
What about courtesy, to be like nice to the forest? No, I think I'll probably go with travel for myself.
Okay. How would you apply that?
I don't know. I'm walking back on that immediately. Maybe that's not the best. I can either do travel or scan.
You can also do something we're not good at.
You really don't want me to do things I'm not good at. No, I'll stick simple. I'll go with scan. So basically just trying to keep the tracks and try to I guess look for any branching of it, or is that still hunting?
I think that would be hunting. I think scan would be sort of carefully investigating, maybe finding out like who walked here, what kinds of tracks are these, what kinds of prints are
Okay.
these.
I'll take the lending hand. Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. Definitely somebody will need to do hunting for following the tracks, I think.
I think my hunting, as not strong as it is, was determined to be the best of the group, so I'll take that.
Can't give you hope. Sorry, I have no hunting skills.
I don't either. Yeah.
It's okay. Sorry, remind me, I can give a hope to myself. It only counts as one?
But you
Unless I
can't
can connect
do...
it to...
I don't think you can double up, like getting... Oh, hold on. Can you get hope from somebody and still give yourself hope?
I'm okay with just taking...
Gotta have a look. Whether that stacks.
It's a good question.
That is a very good question. So in the meantime, so we have the hunting, we have the scan to check out the tracks.
My gut says yes, only because you're like both spending the resource. But I'm curious what the like actual
what the
thing
actual
is.
rule there is, yeah.
Yeah. And I don't remember anything explicit that says no, not possible.
I'm like trying to look at how my features could apply to this, and like the 3 that I chose are all way too similar. I've got stern, fierce, and leadership, and it's like those are all kind of the same. And when traveling through the forest, the only thing I can do is be like, I'll take the lead. I'll be in front of everything, and it's like, is that really helping? Is that really
Definitely better
much?
than definitely better than burglary. So.
You no, yeah, you're right. I was trying to think of how you could have leveraged that for like the window You know that like in that case I
yeah.
found or like you found for
But
feet
we didn't
going
need to-
out.
we didn't need to open it though.
No, exactly. That's why I was like,
Yeah.
okay, that doesn't work. You're right.
So I'm gonna rule this at least right now. There's nothing that I can see that explicitly says you can't spend hope on yourself and get the help from somebody else with hope. The only thing it prohibits is you can't spend multiple points of hope on yourself, or
Right.
multiple people can't help the same person with hope. So yeah, go for it.
Right. So in that case, we'll have 3 regular dice and favored. So let me
Okay.
Nice. That's good.
go. That is a 22 plus one of the success things on the d6.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll succeed and have a d6 thing.
That's an extraordinary success. Yeah. Okay. Vig wanted to do the scan roll. Just trying to figure
Yeah.
out what on earth kinds of tracks these are.
Okay. I don't believe anyone's helping me, which is fine. So I just have 3.
I can help you if you want. Oh, it's too late.
I already rolled, but I succeeded.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay. So Vig, you look at the tracks carefully, and it looks very much these are boots that left these tracks. Somebody wearing looks like maybe travel boots, maybe something solid and well made. Doesn't You don't get any sort of specifics from it, like what kind of whether it's like dwarf boots or an elf came through here or something. There's no you don't get any indications of that. But these are definitely not animal tracks. These are definitely not somebody walking around barefoot. That rules out hobbits, I guess. Somebody wearing heavy boots. And so as you set off, Embrick, with his nose to the ground, looking around, always finding new clues. Oh, there's a little branch that got bent or broken. There's a bit of ground that's disturbed. Somebody stepped in another patch of mud. And the tracks lead further into the forest. This bit of forest being a bit more extensive. And you notice the ground here is a lot rougher as well. Much of Enetwath is very gently rolling hills and grasslands, but this bit, occasionally you get these bits that are a bit steeper hillsides, deeper gullies, slightly denser forests covering some of that ground. And this is one of those bits of forest. And as you're following the tracks, they start leading, first over and around a few ridges, and eventually they start following this one little valley between ridges, between hillsides here. And then you notice that another set of tracks joins this set of tracks. There's another one that comes from, you guessing you're traveling about a southerly direction, and then this track merges, a set of track merges, and comes from northeasterly direction. And you travel a bit further, and then another set of tracks seems to join from the west.
Where was the sorry to cut you off. Where was the previous village we came from? Okay.
Yeah, sort of north. So it looks like a few of these tracks come from other directions.
Converge. Yeah. Okay.
In the area and converge here. And so the tracks become more easily. It's more easier to follow them. And as you come around a little bend in this, the valley gets a bit steeper, gets a bit narrower, and then it turns sharply left. And as you come around it, you see two others of ridges, or the valley between ridges, join here. And on the far side, it's still all fairly densely wooded. On the far side, of this convergence of three different valleys, there is a steeper rise, and at the top of that rise, several hundred feet away, it looks like there's an old crumbling wall. Maybe the remnants of an old fort. And the tracks seem to lead.
Let's
more
keep
westward.
going.
Let's check that out.
Ooh. Stealthily?
Stealth. We can
Rapid
stealth.
drilling.
Throwing that one your way.
I think we all have to be stealthy though.
Not if you go up alone.
Oh, if I go. Okay.
Trust you,
I
Edward.
can do that, and I'm gonna go ahead and spend a. Oh, I have one of my features is subtle. Feel like goes really well with stealth.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can make very careful, small movements. So
Yep.
if I use hope, would I be inspired?
Yeah, me too. Mm-hmm.
All right. So that gives me 5 and favored.
Whoa!
Nice.
If you fail this.
Can you mathematically actually...
27.
Yeah, you can.
If it's all
27.
ones, you can do a whole lot of bad.
Did not fail. I didn't get any special successes, but I did not
No
fail.
special successes, but a 27. Okay, so success. Okay. So what do you want to do? Which direction? Where do you want to sneak?
I think so. We're still in the trees, right?
Yeah, and everything is in the trees, and the fort, or this old keep, or the ruins of that, is also in the trees. It's just up a hillside ahead of you.
I'd like to move from tree to tree, hiding behind it, and then as I get higher up, if I can see anything, and I'll keep going until I get to the wall. If I don't see anything before that,
Okay.
But I think if the wall, how tall is the wall?
From here, it looks like what's left of the wall is still about 10 feet high.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Then I'll just keep going, I guess, till I get to the wall, and then see what it's like up there, and then see where I can stealth from there, because I'm definitely not 10 feet tall. I can't peek my head over.
Okay, so you all watch as Idril goes from tree to tree, and then carefully to the next one, and closer to the slope, and then up the slope towards the wall. You reach that wall, and nothing has happened so far.
How long is the wall?
You see it, and when you were getting closer, it curved away in both directions around, following the curve of that hillside, and you couldn't really see where it went after that, or how far it went, but certainly out of sight in both directions of curving around.
So I'd like to keep following it until I can see it, but I think I'd like to gesture for everyone else to at least don't come up to where I am, but follow
Following your
me
general
so that you can
direction.
still see me.
Yeah.
If it's okay, we probably could have established that beforehand. Maybe if you if you stop seeing me, follow.
All right, you just see me in my heavily armored self, just clink, 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 moving up to at least somewhat nearby.
Definitely don't have to go fast.
And so the idea is that you
That's
will
me
sort of
walking slow.
You will sort of
Sorry.
parallel her and curve
Yeah,
around with her,
I think
but
so, yeah.
keeping a distance. Okay.
Yeah.
I would still like each of you to make a stealth check,
Absolutely.
just to see.
8, it's a fail.
Okay.
Which is also a fail.
Do I need to make another stealth check?
No, we'll use the one that you had before. And Baldwin also. Sorry.
Failed. I look at
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
I shoot daggers at them with my eyes.
They're not super loud and anything, and they're going from tree to tree just like you did, at a distance, a little bit up the next slope over, but you can very clearly see them walk from tree to tree. You're like, ugh. Okay, so you start following the curve of the wall, which, it varies in height a little bit, but it's always about like 10 or 12 feet high. You can see sort of the crumbled ground in most places. Clearly, it was a lot higher, and much of it has crumbled. And where you are walking, you see a few blocks of rock in the ground, and then a few have rolled further down the hillside. As you're curving around, you begin to eventually see a gap in the wall that used to be a gate. It looks like there's still the remains of not a tower. It doesn't look big enough, but where there used to be an archway through this wall. You sort of see it, and you see a rampart that leads down from that gate towards the valley floor. Not much of a sign of any sort of road anymore. This clearly has been here for a long time and abandoned. There are trees everywhere that are growing on the rampart and where maybe a road would have led away.
I mean, but like, there's more inside.
You can't really see inside yet. You see sort of where you look and like, okay, so they used to be an archway. The top has fallen in, but there's an opening in the.
But there is an other side of the wall.
Yeah. There's an inside to this wall. Yeah.
I mean, I think we have to go in. So I'm gonna like gesture to everyone else and be like,
Don't know what the hell she's trying to tell us.
I think we too go in. Wonder if she's just bad at counting because there's three of them.
Oh no! Everybody has to make a lore check to understand what she's saying.
I go first through.
Oh.
You go second through.
Oh.
I mean, you can't know that because I can't
Yeah,
say
yeah.
it, but player to player.
Oh no, absolutely.
Okay, so Idril, what do you do after you just make that gesture? Yeah. Up to the hole in the.
Against the wall.
Uh-huh.
Like, as much as I can, go around the corner. Actually, I'll kind of like peek my head around first.
Okay. Make an awareness check.
Oh, great. Okay. I think I'm going to spend a hope, and I am keen. Well, would keen-eyed go with awareness? Okay.
Yeah.
It better.
Well, because I knew awareness is more general than like Explorer scan or something. Okay, so that gives me 4, and it's favored.
Oh my gosh. How many favorites do you have?
A lot?
I guess so.
I have 8 things that. No, I don't. Just kidding. 6.
6. I gave her virtue is mastery, which gives favor on 2 additional skills.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I mean,
Yeah.
regardless, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so. 4. Right, that is a 19, which passes,
Okay.
and has 1 special success.
Okay.
One success die.
Yeah, so it's a yeah. So you peek around the corner of where that gate used to be, and you look inside, and you see at the far end, which you hadn't seen before, just because you were always too close to the wall or too far down from the wall. Inside this curtain wall, there is the remnants of an old keep. Only 2 levels remain. Everything else has fallen in on itself. But sort of a blocky, sturdy construction, clearly original. Now gaping holes where there used to be doors and windows. You look around, and this arrow just about misses you. So we're going to enter combat.
Woo!
With the time that remains, we'll make sure that you enter combat here.
This is what I made my entire character for.
There you go. We don't want to disappoint all of these folks here. Okay, so combat in the One Ring is fairly conceptual, very abstracted. It's not maps. It's not like nitty gritty. A round of combat is supposed to take 30 seconds, so it's not the 6-second sort of super micro management that other game uses.
I just rolled initiative. Do you need that?
No. No initiative. Unless you're surprised, and you were not, thanks to that awareness roll. Yes. Player heroes always go first. What you do is first round of combat will have opening volleys, because all of you are in positions where you're still far away from the opponents that you have. You have enough time to get one round of ranged combat off. So arrows, spears, whatever it is you have. I'll put you all on the map here. So we have right now you're not in any stance yet, so we'll put you all back here. But I'll show you what we're dealing with here in a second. So that's Vig, Balduin, and Ambrick. And oh, look at that, the music has changed too. Yeah. Let's see.
While you're setting this up, not to make you multitask, but do we see anything in particular that we are... I know an arrow flew past. Scary.
Yeah, I'm about to show you what you're facing here.
I'm anxious. I'm here for it, though.
What you see pouring out of this keep and coming around some of the corners of the wall, clearly had been hiding, lying in wait, watching, are a set of sort of a ragtag band of humans. A few look a lot like the villagers. Oh, they're visible. Here we go. Like the villagers you encountered before. A few look like pretty. How much do we do? Yeah, okay. You look like sort of I don't know, brigands who make their living off of ambushing and waylaying folks on streets. Two of them look like actually fairly well equipped. Maybe Dunlending soldiers or something like that, or militia. They do have a bit better equipment. And in the back, you see one person covered in a heavy cloak with a hood drawn far down into their face. You don't see much detail there. Clearly giving commands. And you see sort of light gray skin, a little bit on the face as well. You see like the light gray skin, and this slightly hissing but actually quite melodious voice. I mean, there they are. Get them. So, I'm wondering whether I've put too much on here. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8. Let's see how this goes. So, the way it works, with initial opening volleys, you each get to make an attack against an adversary of your choice.
I don't have anything ranged. I don't think I get an attack.
You don't have a
You
spear?
don't.
No,
Oh no.
Really?
that's
You
what
didn't pick
cowards
anything
get.
range? Oh wow.
No, I intentionally didn't take anything ranged. And by intentionally, I mean I read combat rules after I learned that there was this whole opening volleys thing.
Throw
So
your shield.
I don't have a shield.
Throw my shield.
Pick up that branch. It's basically a spear.
I got a big axe.
I mean, what is your second
Swords.
I
I could have chosen either swords or spears. I chose swords. I was like, I don't know the difference. And then, today I was reading up on it, and I didn't change anything because I'm committed.
Okay.
That's okay. I mean, I'm just letting you know I don't have anything. That's fine.
Okay. And I would be fine if you said, you know what, I didn't understand, I didn't know this about the system. I would like to switch, but
I didn't know anything about the system. I'd like to commit even harder.
Oh, man.
I fully go for it. I appreciate it. Okay. Actually, let's make this full screen. We can make it a bit bigger. Or wait, actually, is that a good idea for the stream?
On stream looks fine. We just can't see the forward or no the far left one.
Okay. That is fine. Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. That means the other three you do get to make initial attacks with whatever ranged weapon you have.
Let's go.
So-
So how is that? So I have a bow, and I have 3 pips in bow. So does that mean I roll like I'd click the 3 when I roll, and I compare that to strength?
Correct.
Okay.
No, I compared so the target number for combat is different. That's for the opponents have a specific
Target
number to hit. Just as for you, your parry is your target number for getting hit.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll just roll it, and then.
Yeah. Who would you like to shoot at? So you've got I would say these folks up here. They look like sort of your average villagers, maybe a bit rougher. There's one among them who's really tall. You're thinking maybe that's wee Jimmy. There are
I think
two who are. Yeah.
I want to go to the ones who are more well equipped with their.
Okay, so the ones who look more like sort of militia from Dunland.
Yeah.
Okay. Go
Right.
for it.
17 and 1 special success.
17 and 1 special, yes. That definitely hits. So, a couple of things that does. On the one hand, because you have a success, you do endurance damage equal to your damage rating.
Which is
On myself?
Yeah, on your bow.
Okay, so the great bow has a damage of 4, so my endurance goes from 24 to 20.
No, not your endurance. You hit them,
Oh,
so
okay.
that means their endurance goes down by 4.
Gotcha.
It also, because you have that extra success, you have a choice to make because you can do special things. There's always so much. Interesting, but that's not here. You can choose to either do additional damage equal to your strength attribute, so not the target number for strength, but the attribute number for strength. Here we go. Or you could spend that item to that's with a bow. Hold on. You can try and reach. So combat when you hit somebody, can be quite dangerous. If you roll a 10 or a Gandalf rune, you also inflict a piercing blow, which then means it becomes more dangerous for them. Same for you if you get a piercing blow. You could spend that extra rune to increase the chance. So with a bow, you would inflict a piercing blow with an 8 or higher if you spend that. On the feat die. Sorry.
Okay, but that would just be against that one
Yeah.
person.
So what did you roll on your feat die?
I rolled 7.
Yeah. So even with that extra thing, you wouldn't reach the threshold for inflicting a piercing blow.
Okay, so I will increase the damage then by my strength, which is 4.
Okay. So they get another 4 points of endurance damage. All right. So you duck around the corner, you loose an arrow, and hit one of those 2 fairly well equipped people, and it knocks them back quite a bit for a moment. Right. Hold their side where you've hit them. Baldwin.
I want to dogpile on that guy. I'm gonna start running forward and hurl a spear at him.
Okay. Roll your...
So it's I've got 1 pip in that, so that's just a regular roll plus 1. I got a 14.
Hold on, I'm getting something wrong. Oh yeah, no, I was wrong for you. It is strength plus their parry. Yeah. But with the 17, you actually Idril, what's your strength target number?
16.
Yeah, you're good. You hit.
Okay.
You rolled a 14.
Yes.
What's your strength target number?
14.
Ah, you miss.
Oh no.
You throw your spear, and at the last minute, they're able to just parry it out of the air with their shield.
Oh no.
Embrick, you get your volley in as well.
Yeah, so I also have a bow here, and I have 3 pips. So giving that a roll.
Who do you shoot at?
Oh, right. Sorry, I'm shooting at the same. I'm dogpiling. Absolutely.
Also.
Yeah. I've got a 17, where one of those is a special success on the d6, and my strength target number is a 15.
15. You rolled a 17. You said.
I rolled a 17. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you hit them as well. So that's you said you had a bow.
Yes.
Okay, so at a minimum, that's again 4 endurance damage, and you said you have one of those success icons. So you also can choose to either do additional damage equal to your strength rating, or try and inflict a piercing blow. What's your number on the feat die?
On the feat die, it was a 6.
So you would be able... No, that's not true. No, you also wouldn't be able to inflict a piercing blow.
Okay. Then I'll do my my strength is a 4, so I'll add that.
Okay. So you shoot and you manage to hit just in the right in the sternum. They don't catch it in time, and they stagger back for a moment, and the eyes roll back and they fall to the ground.
Gosh.
Nice.
Nice.
First blood.
Excellent.
Alright, so they're out of the running for all intents and purposes. We'll pop them here. Okay. That means they get to do their initial volleys. Let's see. Sorry, I actually do have to look this up. think I have this one.
We'll get ready.
Oh,
'cause-
right.
Oh,
Got
go
it.
ahead.
Got it. Okay. So, let's see. The two at the top here, these two, one of them will. They both have bows, so one of them shoots at, let's say Idril. Idril, what's your parry rating?
20.
Okay. I remember that.
Spicy.
It is spicy. That is spicy. Yeah, you. Oh, no, that one hits you.
Oh.
So the first one gets a lucky shot in, and hits you for 3 points of endurance damage. If you guys can keep track of sort of the endurance loss that you suffer, that'd be awesome.
Yes.
The second one of those will shoot at Embrick, who's just felled. Was the last one to hit and therefore felled one of them. What's your parry rating?
18.
Sorry?
18.
18? Yeah, that misses. You duck out of the way before the arrow can connect. There's another person with them sort of egging them on, shoots at, let's say at you as, actually, yeah, let's say at you as well. At 18, nope, completely misses. The two more sort of highway brigand kind of types also have bows. One of them will shoot an arrow at Vig, who's been surprisingly just standing there. What's your parry
Charging
rating?
forward. I'm not just standing there. It is 16.
Okay, that one misses, and one will shoot at Baldwin. Baldwin, what's your parry?
16 as well.
16. That one hits you
Oh no.
for 3 points of endurance damage.
Oh no.
I should probably just note these down, actually. So Idril has 20. Embrick had 18. Vig had 16, you said?
Correct.
And
Baldwin was 16 as well.
also 16. Yeah, cool. And then the one better equipped person who's there throws a spear at Idril. And misses. Completely misses. Last but not least, the person in the back.
They don't have to go. They scare me. I'm gonna skip them.
Will also throw a spear, probably at Vig.
Of course. Thank you.
Yeah. The most heavily armored dwarf. And misses. Yeah.
Okay.
All
Nothing to be
right.
worried about.
I was trying to see if protection came into play, but I guess I don't need to ask that question yet.
Yeah, no, the protection really only comes if you get a really bad hit and you're about to receive a wound, then you have to try and
Interesting.
protect.
Okay.
Okay. All right. That brings us now to close combat, or to the engagement.
On our character sheet, under endurance, it says there's maximum current load and fatigue. What are load and fatigue?
So your load is how much the weight of stuff you're carrying.
Gotcha.
Fatigue would be from from travel. You gain fatigue. Luckily, you all had an opportunity to rest, and in this scenario, at least, you didn't gain fatigue. So when your load plus fatigue matches your endurance, or is higher than your endurance that you have, the current endurance, you become wary. And then on the success dice, a 1 through a 3 counts as 0. So when your endurance goes down or you have a lot of load and fatigue, at some point it becomes a lot more difficult to do things.
Okay, thank you.
Why it's important to share the load.
Nice.
Yeah. Or not to pile on too much armor unless you're a dwarf. Because all armor weighs half. So, for combat. At a minimum, 2 people have to, right, because we've got 7 people left, 7 opponents left, 7 adversaries. 2 people at a minimum have to choose one of the close combat stances. So 2 of you at a minimum have to be defensive, open, or forward. So
Into the breach.
and the rest could also choose a close combat range, so go into close combat or select rear ward. But with the relationship here, the numbers we have, at a minimum, you've got to have 2 people in the front to hold off the enemy, and then the rest can be in the back.
I'll be forward.
So Vig is going to be forward. Just a quick, I don't know how well you can see that. If you're in the forward stance, you gain an additional success die to your attacks, but your adversaries who are engaged with you also gain an additional success die. Open is sort of nothing really changes. It's sort of just standard numbers.
I'll go into that one.
Yep. You're going to be open.
Yeah.
Defensive means you're still engaged in close combat, but adversaries who target you get one success die less. You get 1 success die less per adversary who's fighting you. So who's directly fighting you, not in total, but who's directly engaged with you. So it's pretty punishing in terms of trying to actually get a hit in, but it protects you better.
Thank you for the raid, JJ. Much love, dude.
And then rear ward is you can only be targeted with ranged weapons. You can only shoot with ranged weapons.
I'd like to be rearward because my strongest is my bow.
Yep.
Same here.
Okay.
If it becomes useful, I might pop into close combat because I can make an enhearten roll. The Rally Comrades thing looked useful. Like I can make an enhearten roll to give a die to ends. But I think I might start out just rear because my bow is much more useful than my axe.
And that's the other thing to keep in mind. Each stance has a specific combat task you can do instead of attacking. If you're in forward, you can intimidate your foes, so you can use your awe skill to frighten them and maybe to have them run off. If you're in open, you can use enhearten to rally comrades, so they get I believe it is, they gain an additional success die. Is that true? Actually,
yeah, I have it open here. It says on a successful roll, all members in a forward stance gain 1 die on attack rolls the following round.
Yeah, and then with greater successes, then more people get to do this. Yeah. Defensive, you can protect others, you can give them additional bonuses to their parry. And in rear ward, instead of attacking 1 round, you can make a scan roll and gain a bonus success die on your next shot, just so you're aware of those options. Zoom in a bit more. Okay, so those are your stances that you've chosen. So let's see, we will have some of these people engage with you. Yeah. think. These two will stand back. They stay in the back. As well, maybe for now. Chief. This guy engages. This guy engages you. This guy engages with you. Do we throw any more of these in? Sure, we'll have the chief engage with you as well. Okay, so we're going through player heroes first in order from forward stance to rearward stance. That means, V, you get to make an attack or some kind of action.
All right, I'm going to go with an attack this time around. So using my axe, pull that out and begin to engage in battle. So I've got 3 axe. In a forward stance, I get an additional pips. That puts me at 4. And I get 26 plus a success die.
Ooh, and which one are you attacking?
Let's go.
I can't tell the difference between the two based on the strength.
One is sort of a highway robber kind of deal, and the other one is the other better equipped kind of person.
Okay, I'm going to go for the highway robber because that's what I would have done regardless of the roll.
Okay. So
and you're supposed to determine that first, right?
True.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's fine. I'm fine with you doing that. Okay. So you definitely hit, and you said you have an additional pip?
Correct. And my success die was a 10 as well, so that gets me a piercing, right?
That is a piercing blow as well, which means, you know what, before... No, you have to decide first what you do with your extra success.
Well, I would do a heavy blow in that case, because I don't need to add +3 to or +2, whatever it is, whatever the amount is.
Because you already inflicted a piercing blow anyway with an axe. Yeah, and you could increase. Well, here's the other thing.
You could also fend off, right?
Yeah, you can fend off.
No, I'm gonna heavy blow.
Oh. Because that would count for the entire round, because you will get attacked still.
Correct.
So, with an axe, you could raise your parry rating by an additional 1 point.
All right, I'll do the fend off because I think I'm gonna destroy this cannon fodder regardless.
Wow, is that how you see these people? Amazing.
Yes.
I am just wow. Okay.
If you'd like to give them names, I will totally have a more nuanced opinion of them.
Oh man, and it's with a great axe too, right?
Yeah, it is. So if you does injury mean like what? I don't get what injury does.
The injury rating is what they have is their target number for their protection roll.
Okay, well I've got a fell great axe, so it's 22.
Jesus.
All right, cool, no problem. He's got some armor, no big deal. 22, yeah, nope. So with a massive swing, not only do you connect, not only do you, cause an impact where you think, ooh, that's going to hurt in the morning. No. You actually manage to split right through the leather armor that this one is wearing. Deep gash. They actually I'll just go here. And they keel over. And fall to the ground.
And I'll just kind of cackle and just be like, "Is that the best you've got?" And ready myself for the impending attack against me.
Yeah. And this attack leaves you immediately in a good stance to already start parrying away. Okay, Balduin, what do you do?
I'm going to try to follow suit. I'm going to give it
Which
to him.
one of Which one of the two do you want to attack? You've got one up against you who looks sort of, the highway robbery kind of deal, and then one who looks more like a villager.
Highway Robbie.
Highway?
Yeah.
Right on.
I got a 14.
14. What is your strength target number?
14.
So you actually hit. Yep.
Oh, nice.
What did you roll on your feet die?
On my feet die, I rolled a 5.
Okay, so no piercing blow. All right. So you cause. What are you using?
I'm using a one-handed axe and a shield.
Okay. So what's the damage from that one?
6.
6. Oh yeah. Right. Axes. Yeah. Okay. So you connect. You don't cut through the armor, but hefty blow. They recoil for a moment, stumble back a moment, and then engage again. All right. That brings us to our 2 beer folk. Let's start with Embrick this time.
All right.
You could freely choose who you want to shoot at.
Yeah, I kinda want to go for gray skin, ostensibly leader guy in the back.
Yeah, let's
Sure.
dogpile. Dogpile him.
Oof, 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 oof.
Hell yeah.
It's
Oh.
so cringy. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
It's okay, it's content.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I've got my bow. I'm taking a shot. I've got 3
Okay.
hits. Let's do it.
Woo.
That's a 17, which I think is what I got last time. But this time I don't have any special things, and my die is a 9. But yeah,
And what is-
my target number is 15.
15, and you rolled a 17.
Rolled a 17.
Okay. They still with spears, but they do have a shield out, and they managed to deflect, managed to hide behind it, and your arrow just splinters on their shield.
Cool.
Idril.
Alright, well, I'm going to attack the same person with my 3 pips.
Mhm.
Ooh. Well, I rolled an Eye of Soren, and my total is a 7.
Oh yeah, you shoot so far wide. You almost hit Vig as you shoot across the battlefield.
Yeah.
As a
Please
quick
no.
reminder-
The one thing that I don't have protected is behind me.
I
I'll
didn't
say the
hit
one
you,
thing
though.
to keep in mind, you can use hope both for attack rolls and for protection as well. Just
Might need to
as
start
an
doing
FYI. All right, that brings us to your adversaries. We have one opponent who's left, fighting Vig in close combat. They too are wielding an axe, not a great axe, but an axe. And that is 20. Yeah, that hits. You manage to catch much of it, and certainly your armor catches much of it. It's knocks the wind out of you for a second, but you take 5 points of endurance damage.
Okay.
And then we have 2 opponents against I'm blanking.
Baldwin?
Baldwin.
Balduin. I thought. And I used the roll. Against Balduin. One takes a stab at you with a short sword. And definitely hits. And then, yeah. So first of all, you take 3 points of endurance damage. Actually, let's see. You take 6 points of endurance damage. It's a particularly harsh blow,
Ow.
and you feel the short sword slip past your armor and start piercing you. So you have to make a protection roll.
Oh, jeez.
That means a feat die plus whatever armor you have will tell you how many success dice you add.
I got an 18.
Oh wait, that was your protection roll?
Yeah.
All right. So you manage to protect against the piercing blow. You do not receive a wound.
Yay.
You manage to pull away, and the armor catches just enough. The other one attacks you with fear. Rolling well. That also hits. And that also is going to be gonna do that again. So you get 4 points of endurance damage,
Ow.
and you have to roll another protection roll.
I got a 26.
Oh, yeah. Dwarves in their armor. So again, the armor manages to catch the worst of it. The spears have glances off. It hurts, but okay. People in the back shooting their arrows. All three will still do that. Yep. Let's see. One shoots at Idril. Nope, that completely misses. And the other shoots at Embrick. That is a success. That hits. Adriel, you take. Sorry, Embrick, you take. Where was it? 3 points of endurance damage. And the last one. Yeah. Will shoot at Vig in the front. Oh, sorry, throw a spear.
What if they just didn't?
That's a total fail. Yeah, that misses you completely. All right.
Been really lucky so far, honestly.
Well, that brings us back to the top.
So far.
Once we start a new combat round, you can change stances if you like.
I'm probably good where I am for now.
Definitely sticking forward.
Okay.
Have you been, just a reminder, have you been rolling them with the additional die for me? Because I'm in forward.
Oh, I see.
Just that last one.
For that one, I may have forgotten that. Well, he hit anyway, right? Didn't he?
No, the last one didn't hit me. So if,
right, the arrows.
So if they should have had an additional die,
they were so low. No 6 would have made this.
Okay.
they rolled.
That's fine. That's fine.
They rolled their equivalent of an Eye of Sauron, except that for them the Gandalf rune is terrible.
That seems really confusing from a GM perspective, but whatever.
Well, no, my dice are also special Sauron dice, because the player dice are actually white with red.
Oh,
It's
okay.
Brilliant.
Pretty cool.
That's cool.
That's super cool.
So, V, back to you. You're in forward stance. You get to attack first.
Yeah, I'm just gonna attack the one in front of me then.
Okay.
So still in a forward stance, still get 4 dice, and yeah,
go for it.
I got a 15.
Oh,
that's a bad roll.
That misses. That gets deflected away.
Oof.
Yeah. Baldwin.
I'm gonna try to hit the highwayman again.
The highway person, highway robber.
Yes. I got a
Cool.
direct superior success.
Direct superior. That is how many? Superior is 2 Tengwar runes.
I got 1 Tangbar rune and a Gandalf.
So at a minimum, that means you inflict your six points of endurance.
Nice.
With what did you roll on your feat die?
That's the other little 2d6s, right?
No, that's the 12-sided.
Oh, that's the Gandalf.
Oh, so it's also automatically a piercing blow. That's right. It was a direct superior success. Yes. So that means if you have 2 Tengwar runes, you can spend those in addition with an axe on either inflicting additional damage. For each of those runes, you can inflict additional damage equal to your strength attribute. Which, wait, what's your strength?
My strength, 6.
6. So if you spend both of them that way, you would inflict an additional 12 points endurance.
Okay. Goodbye.
Do it.
Goodbye, Highwayman.
Okay, yep, that knocks him right out. There's nothing. Falls unconscious. You just like smack him right across the head with the flat of the blade. Falls unconscious, and falls to the ground. All right, our 2 rearward folk.
Yeah, I think I wanna shoot at that Peter guy again.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and deal a hope to myself to give myself 1 extra die here.
Okay.
Re-rolling with 4. And okay. Direct extraordinary success. I want to screenshot this.
That's a Gandalf rune and 2 successes, right?
Gandalf rune and 3.
3!
Oh my
I don't believe. No.
So,
hold on.
so that's a piercing blow, and you get to add your strength for each of those, or you can parry. But I don't think you need to do that.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna parry.
You definitely inflict the piercing blow because of the Gandalf, and then you could add your strength 3 times to the endurance damage.
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Right? Yeah. No, so my strength is 4.
It's 12 plus 4 for your bow, right?
My bow's 3. It's a regular
3.
bow. So it's
Okay, so
So
15.
15. Just
Good
sheer
grief.
endurance damage is like it would actually knock most of the people straight on their asses. Not this one, but you also inflicted a piercing blow, which means they have to now protect from that. What's their armor? Okay.
This is great.
Good job.
And for the bow, what's the injury rating?
The injury on the bow is 14.
14. Okay. Yeah, they managed to avoid the worst. They managed to avoid the damage from the piercing blow. But boy, do they look rough. There's for a moment they can't catch their breath because you hit them right in the solar plexus. Which brings us to Adriel.
Which I'd like to attack the same person.
Nice.
I'd like to also spend some hope on myself.
Because of course.
Can we use features and inspiration in combat too? Okay.
Not for combat.
Just thought I'd check just in case.
There are special cultural virtues that would allow you to do stuff like that, but not for distinctive features.
Okay. I do have under rewards and virtues it says keen great bow, piercing B on 9+.
Yeah, so you get a piercing blow already on a 9 and upwards.
Okay, so I gave myself a hope, so I have 4 pips.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, 25 and 1 special success.
And what's on the feat die?
A 10.
Oh my! And the piercing blow. So, what do you do with your extra success rune there?
I mean, I think I'm just gonna deal more damage.
Yeah.
More damage. So, what's your
That's-
strength?
The strength is 4, and the great bow is 4 damage.
Yeah, so it's 8. I mean, let's see whether they outright die or whether they just fall unconscious. What's the injury rating for your
16.
16? Right? Yeah. They do defend against the piercing blow. However, it's enough with your shot. It's enough for them to be knocked out. You hit just enough on the head. It glances off, but it knocks them out in one.
I give Embrick a high five.
Nice.
I mean, for you, it might be a relatively low 5, but.
Oh.
Okay. Let's see here.
That was their leader?
Yeah.
I'll get Rex Scrubs.
Vig, your opponent, looks around, sees this person go down. You're not gonna get me. Swings the axe. Stop losing dice. Let's see, is that enough actually? Oh yeah. You see the axe coming, goes right around your defenses, and you brace yourself for that impact, for that nasty gash that's going to follow, and suddenly instead they twist the axe around so that the flat of the blade just knocks away your axe, putting you completely off balance, and as your stance opens wide and you're for a moment knocked backwards and you have to take a moment to catch your feet, they run.
Okay.
Yeah. Balduin, your opponent.
Do I take any endurance from that?
You don't. Nope.
Okay, just making sure.
They just knocked your weapon out of the way so you couldn't immediately retaliate and catch them. Yeah. Vig, you are facing that one that got a short sword. They faint. They get. You think they're going to attack from the left. They attack from the right. You feel just a little, like a little, the slightest of cuts on your arm. You drop your weapon for a moment, and they take that opportunity to also run the hell away.
Cowards.
Well. And the two in the back, they don't even have to make any sort of special feints. They're just like, they look, shit, and they run.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't think we need to kill not that they're entirely innocent, but the leader's dead. So.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm super not into like chasing people down and slaughtering them.
Yeah.
That's not how
I'm
we
all right
roll.
with letting that go. Yeah.
Fun fact, in the One Ring, that would actually get you Shadow.
Yeah, that's fair.
So
Like, the
That
killing
feels shadowy.
captives, killing
Oh.
captives, killing people who are clearly running away. There's a debate in the Discord whether it's okay with orcs. I would probably, as a GM, fall on the side of no. That's also not okay.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. So, anyways, I run them down.
No.
No.
So, you win the day. You defeat 3 of your opponents. One of them dead. The other one's knocked out, unconscious. You're able to, I don't know what you want to do, tie them up, send them off to their, go back to your homes and never come back, whatever it is. I think, given the time, maybe we declare this heroically, well and truly won and ended.
Sweet.
You find, for one thing, in these ruins, in a basement room, a bunch of children tied up.
They're alive.
They are alive.
We saved the
Some of
kids.
them, not well treated. All of them fed just enough, but some of them are in rough states. But nothing so dangerous that you couldn't, feed them a little bit of food, and then they come back eventually. At first fearful, but given Emmerich's and Idril's successes with little Rory, I think you're fine. Probably convincing them that you're not evil and dangerous.
Do
sing
one of
to
them
him.
respond to Mary and Callum?
Yes, in fact,
Good.
they are among them. The three adversaries you knocked out, two of them have run of the mill, I guess, in a way, highway brigands, robbers, out to make. One of them is from the village. Actually, did you hold on? Which one ran?
The village. I knocked out the.
Oh yeah, the one highway and the one well armored, and then the one highway robber was actually killed in the engagement. Yeah, the one well armored one you knocked out. It turns out eventually the sort of a sellsword hireling from Dunland. The highway that the brigand too saw a great opportunity, was promised rewards and signed on. Two of the three of the more villagey folk looking people were in fact recruits from the area. Among them, wee Jimmy. They've run away. They're probably not going to come back. The gray-skinned person, completely uncooperative, until sort of in cross, talking to the others, has to at least give up some of their knowledge. Was tasked to bring these children south, refuses to tell you to whom, and I would think probably you eventually decide to take them with, to see whether Gandalf can make head or tails of this, or bring them to somebody else who might know.
Ian McKellen.
The other thing you find, sorry.
I was making a dumb joke. I said Ian McKellen fixed this.
Truth. The other thing you find in these ruins is another one of those handprints on the side of the keep, right next to the entrance to the keep, and one in the basement room where the children are being kept. And the gray-skinned person also wears sort of a tabard over their ordinary clothing, black tabard that has the white hand on it, carefully stenciled in white paint. And you all return eventually with this one person in tow to wherever you think you want to bring them. Hand them over to whoever you want to hand over. And
We did it!
Your heroes in the little villages in Enidwaith for returning the children.
Good for us.
Woo.
Yay.
And of course, as you would eventually probably find out, is this was one of Saruman's early attempts to recruit, to capture folk, to create his new invention of half-orcs.
Give fuck Saruman. Well, thank you very much, Chris. That was a lot of fun. I think I speak for us all when we say thank you. We really enjoyed that. That was really cool. Last time we had the One Ring on the channel, it ended in a TPK. So, happy endings.
Yeah, much happier.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and go through shoutouts. Monsters, you wanted to go ahead and start us off, Jared? where can we find you? What are you working on? Anything you want the people to know about?
Yes, yeah. You can find us at monsters_multi. Again, we are a podcast that focuses on D&D 5th edition, mostly around the mechanics of the game, but also the role-playing and whatever else. We've literally gone through every single multi-class, two-way multi-class combination and talked about whether or not it is viable from a mechanical and a role-playing perspective, and that's a lot of multi-classes.
I need to catch up on this.
Yeah,
like something that's right up my alley.
It's up a lot of people's alleys. Check it out. That's it.
Is it on YouTube?
Moving on. It's on YouTube and on any podcast thing you can find.
Fantastic. I know what I'm doing tomorrow morning while I'm playing Elden Ring. Jonathan, Jessica, whoever, both, go ahead, you guys. Turn it over to you.
Yeah, so we're MythMist Games, Mythical Mystery Games, but at MythMist Games on Twitter. We also have a website and an itch, and if you go to either of those, you can. There's a link in our Twitter bio and a Ko-fi. And if you go to any of those, we have murder mystery party style role-playing games. So there's no DM required, no character building. All the characters are pre-made, and it's just you kind of taking on the role of one of those characters and trying to solve the mystery at hand. So it's kind of like a very easy role-playing thing to get into. So it's great for trying to rope your new friends into role-playing too if they haven't done that before. I don't know. Anything else you want to say, Jessica?
We have 2 of our 6 games out so far. So check them out.
Awesome.
And having played in one of those, they're a ton of fun. You can really lean into the roles, the characters. They're a lot of fun, and they're so well designed. All of those characters.
Thank you. Did you play Tabitha?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Love Tabitha.
That's awesome. I definitely need to check that out. My wife loves murder mystery stuff, so that sounds like something she would be all about. I definitely got to send her y'all's way. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. The illustrious Game Master, Chris. What are you up to? Where can people find you? Let the people know.
Where can people find me? You can find me on Twitter at DesertedGM. You can find me, hopefully maybe in the future more on Twitch. Maybe I can do more of these kinds of things. You can also find me on startplaying.games under Chris Goldsmith. I actually have a playthrough of the starter set for 2nd edition that just started today. There's still room if you want to jump in, check it out. Or if you have friends or you want to play a custom game, let me know. I'll put together something like this adventure. This was totally homebrew. I'll put something fun together. I wrote a fun scenario for Underhill by Water, a cozy Shire game, cozy halfling game. It's not officially Middle Earth. There's another one on the way, and you can find that on DriveThruRPG and itch.
Fantastic. Very cool stuff. Well, check out Chris's stuff, Deserted GM. That is awesome. Yeah, everybody here, you were wonderful guests. You're welcome back on the channel anytime. Thank you so much. Chris, thank you for putting this on. Again, this was a lot of fun doing a Learn to Play with Lord of the Rings. I mean, what more can you want, dude? It was grand time.
And thank you for having me and having us. Thank you so much for building up DMDM Studios and for making this platform available. It's really awesome.
Oh, yeah, man. Well, thank you. Thank you for saying that. That's really nice. All right, well, I think we are going to find somebody to raid into. One of my friends is playing a little bit of Stardew Valley. That sounds like probably a good way to unwind after all that carnage right at the end there. So stick around. We're going to raid into Drinky Fox. And I will see all of you beautiful people tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time for Samurai Sunday, Heart of an Empire, A Legend of Five Rings actual play. See you guys then. And we should be clear.